Test, 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 test. Testing, testing. Okay. Test, 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 test. Okay, sorry for the echo there. Making sure it was coming through okay. And we're about ready to start. Get Yoko Taro out of the way. Okay. So there's that, there's that. Okay, we'll be starting in just a moment. I'm just kind of gathering my windows and scans and all that good stuff, you know. Notes over here. Okay, so I think this is redundant, but I'm gonna make sure that I hit this check real quick. It looks like everything's coming through on YouTube, so that's great. Okay, thanks for your patience. I'm getting set up here. If you're curious about that first track that's been playing, that is the Forced Battle, aka Fierce Battle theme from Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, which I tried out a little while ago, and it's really, really good, but it's also very old school, so it's difficult to get into, I think, if you're coming from a more modern gaming perspective. Lots of random battles that you can't really avoid, and they're sort of on a timer where the longer you walk around, it becomes inevitable that you're going to fight a battle, and the battles get super, super grindy. So I got about 10 hours into it. I was really having a good time. I love the aesthetic. I like the premise of it. It's very similar to the Persona games. I think they're basically all in the same, if not in the same universe, they're cut from the same cloth. Same general premise and mechanics, except the Persona games have more of a life sim, component to it. To them, rather. But yeah, I really like the aesthetic. I really like the soundtrack. The remaster of the game that's available is very odd in that, like, a lot of the music is still super compressed compared to the original. And it doesn't feel like a whole lot has really gotten updated either. So you might be better off playing it, playing the original version if you can get your hands on a copy. But yeah, it's I think worth checking out if you're into the sort of old school JRPGs. And then this track, I should put up. I want to get a widget that displays what songs are currently playing. This is from a game called Unreal Tournament that I used to play with some friends, and it's if you're not familiar with the series, it's kind of like Quake would be another game that was kind of around the same time. It's a very fast-paced, kind of frenetic action shooter. I guess closer to Call of Duty than Battlefield, but even less tactical with more, I guess, like closer to Overwatch, where there's a lot more fast-paced movement verbs and crazy weaponry and stuff. It's a bit more extreme, for lack of a better word, than something like Counter-Strike. Definitely a lot of fun. But the soundtrack as well just had like a lot of good, solid jungle / drum and bass / electronica. This is from a level called Facing Worlds, which is one of my favorites. Nice atmosphere. So, with the stream basically ready to go, I think we'll be starting with the conversation here. Just going to go over a couple of quick housekeeping things and introductions for people who might be new to the stream. So first of all, recently, this past week, was super surprised and excited and happy to see that we had gotten over the 50 subscriber mark. And of course, like, numbers don't equal success. There is no arbitrary number that anybody needs to reach in order to be successful or be validated or anything like that. But the thought that 50 individual people like came by and saw the stuff that, you know, I had made or that we were talking about together as a group and decided to, you know, chip in and participate in one way or another is really fucking cool. And so I just wanted to thank everybody who's stopped by, whether or not you have subscribed, just for taking the time to, you know, check out the channel, listen to my ramblings on various topics. It's genuinely hugely appreciated. And adding that to the fact that we are now at 50 subscribers, it just like kind of blows my mind a little bit. So I just wanted to to say thanks for that. Hey Howard, good to see you. How you doing? Hope you had a good night last night. Appreciate the chat about the tier list. That was a lot of fun. But yeah, doing just fine over here. It's a nice quiet day. Got a chance to walk my dog and spend some time outside earlier today, which is always great. Trying to spend a little bit more time away from the screens, despite the additional screen time when I'm not doing something productive or like playing a game with friends. I've been trying to stay, not stay away in an aversive sense, but just find other things to do, especially since the weather's getting nice. Clear my head a little bit, go on hikes. It's definitely been positive. How are you doing? Hopefully everything's well on your end as well. So with that being said, I hope that we've been getting a great response from the Dark Souls 2 streams, and I really appreciate that as well. I would like to go back to Elden Ring at some point, so hopefully folks are okay with me continuing with Dark Souls 2 for the time being. I have a lot to say about the game itself, as well as the discussion around the game, and I've really been enjoying kind of exploring all that. And then returning to Elden Ring after excuse me, after that I think will be a rewarding experience as well. But thank you for coming by and checking out those streams, and for all of the feedback and engagement in the server as well. I've seen you talking to Spectre, and I think Mr. Narrative was in there, and just I'm really glad that can be a place where people and Kakuzu and Holidays, Cardia, really glad that that's being a place that people can chat and share their thoughts and share scans and stuff like that. So thanks for the engagement there as well. Howard says, well at this time, and just playing Genshin Impact right now. Oh cool. I've heard a lot of good things about that. Although I do hear it's kind of played with gacha mechanics. What are your feelings on the game overall? Do you think it's pretty fair with the way that it doles out rewards and gives you access to new characters and new items and stuff like that? Hey Konakun, good to see you. I'm sorry I haven't checked out the thing you recommended. I did write it down in Discord to check out later. I just haven't had a chance to get around to it, but I do appreciate the recommendation there. I'm doing okay. Apologies in advance. I have a migraine today, or maybe it's not a migraine, but it's like a kind of an asshole of a headache. So if I'm a little bit slower today, that's probably why. Took some Advil. Hopefully it'll wear off in an hour or so. But I might be a little slower as we're getting started. So thanks for your patience there. How are you doing? How was the end of your week? Appreciate the discussion on the Dark Souls 2 stream. So, agenda for today, such as it is. Konakun says, I'm alive, don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Much better than the alternative. Well, I mean, it's not my place to dictate your life experience. But, I mean, I certainly am glad that you're alive and not the alternative. So, if I don't know how personal you want to get on stream or anything, but, I mean, I hope that things are going okay, and if not, I hope you can always share something. Maybe it makes more sense to share it in the Discord. It's up to you, but yeah. Generally speaking, being alive is is the alternative. I hope you'll be kind to yourself, whatever you're going through. So that being said, what is the agenda for today? Oh yeah, of course. So, as folks already here know, and folks who might be new to the channel, I'll give a quick overview of what we're talking about. This is a stream that's going to be discussing Naruto versus Battles and scaling and all that. Specifically, we're responding to a video by the YouTuber Noodles called Brutal Honesty Kakuzu versus Pain. We've been talking about it off and on for the past couple of months. But last stream we did a focused deep dive where we went from around the 10-minute mark to around here, trying to get through as much of the video as possible, trying to address as many of the arguments and points that come up as possible. And as we go through, talking not just about the matchup itself, like, oh, who would win, Kakuzu versus Pain or whatnot. My goal here isn't necessarily to convince you that you have to believe that character A beats character B or vice versa. But you know, if that happens, then so be it. But my primary interest is in discussing what are the arguments that have been made, how are they presented, and how do people talk to each other about this matchup, and what sorts of arguments do they bring up? How do they influence the discussion? How do they change over time? And so I think this is a good video to talk about because, and I don't say this to be an asshole, I don't say this to just be edgy or anything, but I have found that I have had a problem with pretty much every single sentence in this video, and I've had to stop with every single sentence and talk about it. And sometimes a single sentence can prompt like a half an hour's worth of discussion because there's just so much misunderstanding packed into that short phrase that sometimes there are like one sentence gish gallops. If you're not familiar with the term gish gallop, it basically means just like shotgunning or placing a lot of statements into, or a lot of premises, a lot of claims into a short string of statements or even one sentence that are very easy to say and quick to say, but then require a long time to kind of address appropriately. It's a way of kind of stalling, unintentionally or otherwise. It just stalls debates, it stalls discussions because one person says a couple of things that are incorrect, and then the other person has to go through a long process of trying to, you know, break apart those misconceptions and fix them. But I think that's valuable. I think exploring the misconceptions and misunderstandings can kind of help us understand like how we get here in the first place, and then talk about how we can resolve them. So my hope by the end of this series is that anybody watching this will not feel like Kakuzu is better or Pain is better or anything like that. First and foremost, they'll feel that they just know more about the series overall, and that you can take whatever knowledge you've gathered to then go out and maybe do your own video or do your own debate or just like your own research and develop a better understanding. I want to try to talk about how we can just figure this shit out on a better level. And I think this is a good video to do so because of all of the misunderstandings. With that being said, you know, I'm going to be pausing this video a lot. I'm going to be interrupting the speaker and talking over him, and there's always a risk that I'll wind up taking something out of context or missing something. So please make sure to go, if you're interested in the topic, to go visit Noodles' channel, subscribe to him if you feel like it, and then you know, watch the video in context without me talking over it to make sure that that you're getting the information from the horse's mouth or whatever the term is, because that's only fair, right? But in a moment, we'll just go into it, pick up where we left off, and we'll talk about a bunch of things. We're going to be talking about Calcs today. We're going to be talking about Kakashi's Kamui. We're going to be talking about Pain's various abilities and, of course, all the rhetoric associated with it. So with that being said, I'm going to catch up on chat real quick, and then we'll get started. So let's see. I see quite a few people have joined. Hey, everybody. Thank you for stopping by. Konakun says, I'm alive, I don't, oh yeah, we mentioned that before. Why I was even born immediately 3 times a week. I've definitely been there. I've definitely felt like very overwhelmed and very depressed and very, like, not seeing the way out of it. So I'm not sure if you're being hyperbolic. I'm going to just assume that people are being straightforward, when, like, typing in chat. So if I miss some irony, or I miss like an in-joke or something, I apologize in advance. But, you know, it's kind of hard to infer intention over chat, so that's just how I'm operating. If you are going through a hard time, like, I don't want to pretend that I know what you're going through or that I went through the same thing, and I don't want to interrogate you about your feelings on chat. But just know that you're not alone in however you're feeling. Know that it is not fun, but it is normal to go through shit like that. And there are resources out there. There are ways that you can, like, connect with people and talk to people, either professionally or hopefully directly in your life. So, funny enough, when I was in a period of my life where I was, like, feeling this way as well, assuming that, like, I'm understanding you correctly, I was listening to Tool, and Lateralis in particular, but also Anima, were super, like, therapeutic in a way. Like, I felt connected to the music in a way that was super, what's the term for it? Like, cathartic. And then when I started connecting with other people about that music, it made me feel way less alone. When I found the music, I was like, oh shit, this is really cool, but this is just another thing that I'm going to be consuming on my own. It's just going to reinforce my loneliness. But then I discovered there was a community. I went to concerts and stuff like that for similar music, not for Tool, but still. 9 Inch Nails was another big one. And then it just starts to feel a little less alone when like when you realize that there are other people out there that are having a similar experience. When you're in a concert and there's like 10,000 people and they're all screaming the lyrics to the same song that has been helping you heal, something can change. So hopefully you're able to find that and to keep on exploring how you're feeling. But at the very least, like, just know that you're not alone and that it does get better. Not for everybody, unfortunately, but yeah, I think for a lot of people, for most people. So don't lose hope. Keep working on stuff. Hang in there. If you look deep into your birthday, it actually brings you closer to your end. Yeah, one of the formative experiences I had when I was listening to Tool, actually, I think I took my headphones off because I was riding in the tram in the train in Italy, and I listened to somebody who was just babbling, and I took my headphones off, and he kept saying the same phrase over and over again. What is it? La vita è un lungo viaggio verso il cimitero, which means life is a long journey towards the cemetery. But then, despite how jovial like how maudlin it sounded, then he like started cracking up, and he managed to find a source of humor in that fact. I think he kind of figured out that, like, okay, well, that's where we're going at the end of the day, so why not enjoy the ride? And there can be a little bit of catharsis and freedom in that as well. Dr. Pest, hey, Dr. Pest, it's good to see you. How was your week? Hello, how are you, says Dr. Pest. I'm doing just fine, thank you. Have a little bit of a migraine today, or headache, so if I'm a little slower today, then I apologize, but I've took some Advil, so hopefully it'll wear off soon. Otherwise, I've been doing okay overall. And well, I'll start by saying a line from a fic that stuck with me. Do you believe in the 4 fundamental forces of the universe and in relativity? Because if you break it along with relativity, you are time. Interesting. I really like that, actually. That's quite compelling. There's an item in Dark Souls 3 that repairs your equipment if it's damaged. It's a spell, and it's the description of the spell says something along the lines of like light is time, and being able to manipulate light allows you to manipulate time, something along those lines. And so basically, when you fix your weapon, what you're really doing is you're causing your weapon to time travel back in time to a previous time before it was broken, using light manipulation magic. So it's kind of cool to see how different universes address those like fundamental principles or whatnot. We are eternal, all this pain is illusion. That's definitely a Tool line. I remember that. Oh, sorry I missed you. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Thank you again for the engagement on the Dark Souls 2 stream. I hope you found all that enjoyable. It was a lot of fun chatting with you while we were playing through. And Saria says, I'm super interested to hear your thoughts on calcs. Yes, so I will be straightforward and say that I am not, I'm not much of a math guy. I'm not going to go through and try to pick apart the math and like pull out my TA83 or anything like that. Although I could, if that's something you guys would be interested in, but I'd want to spend a little time just kind of refreshing my memory on that. I haven't really done math outside of like video game applications for a while. So with that being said, I do think that the way that I want to take the approach that I want to take when talking about some of the calcs today is just looking at the calcs from the perspective of somebody who has stumbled across this video. Like, imagine that you just find this video, oh, Kakuzu versus Pain, that's interesting, and then they mention a calc in the video, and you click on the link without knowing anything about it, without having any other context. What can we learn from these things? What does the consensus of these calcs seem to imply? Where's the information leading us? So without even like challenging the math, just what is the discussion around the calcs themselves? The preview, the spoiler alert, is that the claim comes up quite a bit that the Bijuu bombs are multi-continental. I wholeheartedly disagree with that, and I'm guessing that the community has kind of accepted that and moved on from what I've seen here. But that being said, we're going to go through the calcs and talk about how people have explored that topic, and then we'll kind of go from there. Just 1 second, I'm going to grab a drink of water, check the stream quality, and yeah, 1 second, and we'll get started. That's weird. It's saying that. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, OBS was being cryptic. Anyway. Yeah, so welcome. Thank you, folks, for coming back. Repeat offenders here, and thank you to new people who might check out the stream. We're gonna get started with Brutal Honesty, Kakuzu versus Pain, starting from about the 26-minute mark. I think the audio levels are fine, but let me know if anything's too loud or too quiet. I do have something cheeky planned. If I notice that there is a lot of time where we wind up looking at that logo in the middle of the screen, so if that gets annoying, I do have a backup plan for that. But let's just listen to the arguments and see where we go.
Who's much weaker than a non-Jinchuriki Shikaku.
We talked, I think the last thing that we talked about last stream was this claim about the non-Jinchuriki Shukaku, right? Lowering the music just slightly.
Whereas Kakuzu is more powerful than a perfect Jinchuriki Yugito.
Yeah, and just as a brief recap, whether or not you agree with the perfect Jinchuriki thing, I think it's important to acknowledge what it means to be more powerful. And I think what he's referring, I mean, the two things that he keeps bringing up are the Bijuu bomb. He assumes that Yukito hit a Kakuzu with a Bijuu bomb and then blocking Yukito's paw. So we'll need to think about both of those as we go. And I just realized that I accidentally turned off the music, so let me just get that back on. You might hear a quick, loud, like flute sound, and then it'll go back to normal. So, okay, I think we're about here. All right, there we go. Sorry about that. Saria says, I'm not big on math outside of when I need it in my classes. Oh, astrophysics and quantum mechanics. That's right. I think I've seen you talking about some really interesting physics-related things in the Sage's Discord. Really, totally over my head, but really amazing sounding stuff. But I tend to stay away from them when scaling personally because it feels weird for me. I'd be curious to hear more about why it feels weird to you. Yeah, do you have thoughts? Like, what are your thoughts in general on how or whether even math should be used in power scaling and like manga analysis in general?
So that means the Shinra Tensei has no feats that will be capable of damaging him. Pain's taijutsu was...
Yeah, this is kind of, we're kind of resuming in the middle of a sentence, but I think we talked about previously the fact that the Shinra Tensei is capable of, first of all, destroying the entire village and damaging like everybody in the village. To varying extents. You know, Tsunade has distributed Katsuyu amongst all the villagers, so that's something to consider. But he also manages to critically wound Kakashi and Choza, and at least push back, if not kill and wound, all the other shinobi that were attacking him along with that group. He's also able to blast back the 3 warrior toads with one Shinra Tensei, one of which... one of those toads, Gamabunta, had gone up against Shukaku before. And so the idea that there's nothing that he can do to damage Kakuzu would be contingent on Kakuzu necessarily scaling over all these characters, which I think he does believe is the case. We've talked a bit before about how that's contingent on being him getting hit with a Bijuu bomb or getting hit with that paw strike, and we would need to look into where that paw strike scales, where the Bijuu bomb that Yukito supposedly used actually scales. But my main, the thing that I want us to kind of keep in mind is that we're going to hear the phrase that, like, or various forms of the idea that Kakuzu scales to perfect Jinchuriki and Bijuu, but that Pain does not, which is really weird since he argued extensively before that all of the members of the Akatsuki had techniques that let them go up against Bijuu and Jinchuriki. But then he's going to argue in a little bit that Pain has one ability and one ability alone that lets him contend with Bijuu and Jinchuriki, which is the Chibaku Tensei. So to kind of summarize the arguments here, the idea is that since Kakuzu gets hit by Yukito's paw in Bijuu mode, and then supposedly tanks like a multi-continental Bijuu bomb, that puts him above anything that Pain can do. My contention with that is that Pain is clearly capable of harming Bijuu level characters. If we just assume that Bijuu level means anybody who can fight any of the Bijuu, like at least one Bijuu, and stand up to them, then Gamabunta is by definition Bijuu level because he was doing so against Shukaku. And also keeping in mind that when the warrior toads get blasted back, you know, after Gamabunta sustains this impact, he says that he feels like every bone in his... Well, he doesn't say feels like, he says every bone in my body is broken. And so even though his body on the outside isn't doesn't appear to be like bleeding or cut or caved in or anything like that. Like his flesh isn't liquefying off of his bones or anything crazy like that. This implies that the damage that's being done to the by the Shinra Tensei can be internal, even if there's no external demonstration of that fact. So, in other words, it may have some sort of armor piercing or at least armor ignoring capability to it, which makes sense since these characters are essentially being accelerated extremely rapidly, extremely like maybe not instantaneously, but basically Pain like reaches out and he triggers the Shinra Tensei, and then they just get accelerated massively, very, very quickly to a very large or great distance. And then they immediately, when they slam into the wall or whatever surface that they hit, obviously, like, all of the inertia of their body is combining with the smashing into the surface, and the fourth data book specifies that that's what contributes to the total amount of damage. So it's the shockwave that Pain hits them with initially that potentially damages them. Then it's the massive G-force that's applied to their body, their internal organs, all that shit, as they're accelerated, and then all of that is amplified by the final impact. And so this technique excels, I think, at dealing internal damage more so than external damage. So all that's just to say that even if Kakuzu can block external attacks from Yukito, that doesn't mean that he'd necessarily be able to withstand like a Shinra Tensei like this, especially since Pain here is distributing the force of the Shinra Tensei out amongst three of the toads. If he were to just focus all of that force into one individual, like, then he'd be doing potentially 3 times the damage. I don't know if that's literally how it works. Maybe it's still going to be spread out in a cone, but something like that, right? He can channel and focus the ability in a more narrow way. We see him do this in various points in the fight. So, just point being, like, if you still listen to everything I said and you come to the conclusion that Kakuzu can still do this, that's fine. I would just like for you to be able to do that based on like a more thorough exploration of the feats that are happening. My main contention with this is just that I don't think that the feats have been properly explained and the scenes haven't been properly understood, so there's a misunderstanding that comes out of that. Let me catch up on comments real quick. Sorry, it says, for me, I think it's super interesting. I love seeing it. Oh, cool. Okay. And I don't stand against people who use them because, hey, it's a good brain exercise. Yeah, sure, absolutely. But for me, I'm like the author didn't think this far. Yeah, I think calcs tend to rely on the supposition that, you know, they're applying a certain amount of mathematical specificity to the panels and assuming that that accurately reflects the author's intent. And it probably, at least vaguely, does. I think the authors, in the same way that they want to kind of convey characters as being consistently the same size, they probably want things like explosions to consistently convey the amount of power that characters have. But that being said, they, you know, authors are allowed to have a little bit of flexibility and consistency. They might decide to draw characters with exaggerated proportions or make an explosion, for example, larger than it makes sense for it to be in a given scene, just to emphasize the strength of the drama, the tension, or whatever of that scene. So I think it's, if you're going to go through the trouble of doing calcs, it makes sense to try and get calcs from as many angles and as many different versions as possible. So, like, if we look at the Chibaku Tensei, to me it's not enough to just get like the size of the Chibaku Tensei from one face. Like, that's a good start, but ideally you would get multiple calcs using multiple reference points from multiple different pages, panels, maybe even chapters, and then you would put that all together and either show the minimum value or show the average value so that you don't run the risk of over hyping it, I guess. Generally, like, lowballing it is a safer, more conservative way of approaching it. And then we'll see as we get into some of these calcs, not to call anybody out or anything, but I think there's a little bit of excess, whatever the opposite of lowballing it. Highballing seems like a weird phrase, so I don't know. But anyway, Saria says, wait, if Pain isn't perfect in Shirky level, why were people so worried about him? Yeah, why make such a big deal about Naruto beating him? That feels extremely, for lack of a better word, dishonest. Yeah, I do feel that there's some confusion or potentially dishonesty in this video. I try to be careful about saying that somebody is being dishonest, because that implies an intent to deceive, and I think that's a pretty harsh accusation and something that's also just practically kind of difficult to prove. So I'd rather err on the side of saying that it's a misunderstanding. But also, like, I think at some point he says something along the lines of, like, Kakuzu cannot be beaten by Jinchuriki because he gets beaten by a perfect Jinchuriki. And then I'm like, well, you know that Naruto beat him, right? But in debates, he'll say, well, the only reason that Naruto beat him is because Naruto tricked him, and Naruto tricked everybody. So the fact that Naruto tricked him isn't an anti-feed. And also, he had the Rasen Shuriken, and the only reason that he won was trickery in Rasen Shuriken, and the Rasen Shuriken just ignores durability. So basically, he's like, Naruto's victory doesn't count because Naruto gets an automatic win. He can trick anybody he wants to, and the Rasen Shuriken ignores durability and kills anybody he wants to. So, I mean, of course, he won, but he's an exception. Right, and so that's sort of that's sort of the style of argumentation on display here. But again, I don't want to straw man, so let's address that as it comes up. Konakun says, "Man, I hate when people treat their opinion as facts." Yeah, I can see why that's frustrating. I kind of am in agreement as well. I think if you're very confident that you've accumulated enough evidence to support your position, you can submit it as a fact. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that, but you have to be willing to really do your homework and provide as much evidence as possible. And I think, like, then have good faith conversations with other people if they challenge that fact. So presenting it as an objective fact that cannot be challenged, that's what I tend to get annoyed with. There are several points in which I've heard people say, like, this is the truth, and if you disagree, then you're making a baseless accusation, you're nitpicking and biased, you're, basically just trying to gaslight, or at least ad hominem, the person who could potentially disagree with them before they have a chance to even speak up against the argument. And that's the sort of shit where it's like, okay, well, you're clearly not motivated to get an honest assessment of the things here. You're just trying to push a particular view. And that, I think, it hurts everybody. Like, if we get here in the video, there's a couple of statements that I want to make about how this video actually leaves you with a worse understanding of Kakuzu himself, because in an attempt to push the specific arguments for Kakuzu versus Pain, there's a pretty egregious misunderstanding of, like, Kakuzu's intelligence, for example, that comes up later. But I don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Shikaku, whereas Kakuzu is more powerful than a perfect Jinchuriki Yugito.
This is a little loud, yeah.
So that means the Shinra Tensei has no feats that will be capable of damaging him. Pain's taijutsu was getting blocked by base Naruto, not Sage Naruto. Sage Naruto was murder blitzing the pads at Pain, so none of...
Okay, there's a couple of things to keep in mind here. The base Naruto that fights... Like, Naruto at a baseline when he fights Pain is not the same as Naruto at a baseline when he fights Kakuzu. Now, granted, the argument being made is that that will be made is that when Naruto fights Kakuzu, he's in Nine Tails Kyuubi Chakra amped mode because his eyes are, like, red and have the vertical cat slits in the pupils. But still, like we talked about previously, when he goes into that chakra amped mode, he's getting, even if it is an amp, which let's just assume for the sake of argument that it is, that amp is being applied over his base. And if we don't know how his base in the Pain fight compares to his base in the Kakuzu fight, we can't say, like, how much of a difference there is, because just mathematically we're not controlling for that particular variable, right? There's just information that we don't have. And we also don't know, even if that is an amp, for him to have the Kyuubi chakra, right? We don't know how much of an amp that actually is. In the last stream, I kind of argued that it's possible that it is an amp, but at the same time, it's like Naruto has been training, like, extensively throughout this whole arc to suppress, or not to suppress per se, but, like, to specifically not use the Kyuubi's chakra. And so, to the extent that the Kyuubi's chakra is coming out, like, he and Yamato have been trying to keep Kurama in check this whole time. I think it's very, very minuscule. And so, suggesting that Naruto has an overall stats amp or speed amp or anything like that is very tenuous. Even if it were the case, it's very difficult to determine how much that is. And so the argument that's trying to be made here, as I understand it, is that Kakuzu beat amped Naruto, and then Pain couldn't beat base Naruto. So Kakuzu is more impressive than Pain, or at least Tendo Pain. But again, like, these two things are not a direct comparison because Naruto did extensive training between this and like the next 100 chapters, right? So Konakun says, I haven't been able to sleep for days and it looks like I won't be able to sleep today. Oh no, that's awful. I'm so sorry to hear that. What are you able to go see a doctor? Because that seems like something that you should have professional help with. No judgment or anything, but I've dealt with insomnia before myself. It's awful. It drives you crazy. And if you can get like something to help you, whether that's like an herbal remedy, so to speak, or just like a lifestyle change or some kind of a medical change, like that can be life changing. I think I mentioned recently that I started on a BiPAP machine because I have a like a sleep apnea, and even that little change, just a couple of hours of extra sleep, is just that much. Like, it has changed my life like a lot, like 10% better at least. So yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. Please don't please feel like you're allowed to take care of yourself and allowed to do things that will make you feel better. I hope you will talk to somebody, even if just going down to the Minute Clinic or something and just like mentioning what's been going wrong, assuming it's like a health thing as opposed to a lifestyle thing. Hey, Kakuzu Holidays, welcome. How's it going? How's your week been? I think you said you had something fun that you had going on this week, or that this weekend, that you might not stop by the stream. I appreciate you stopping by, but you know, hopefully everything's going okay and you got a chance to do that fun thing you were talking about. So but yeah, Konakun, please avail yourself of resources if you're struggling things. Konakun says, thank you, but my life is just a little crap right now, nothing serious. Okay, that's totally fine. Sorry if I took it too seriously or anything. I just, like, again, I don't know what's happening with other people on the other side of the screen, so I'd like to err on the side of caution. But yeah, good luck with everything. And if you just want to vent and bullshit, like, that's totally fine. I don't want to put you on the spot or anything. Kakuzu says, next week probably can't. Yeah, but I'm good. Okay, good. I'm really glad to hear that. Yep. No pressure or anything, as always. I was just curious since you mentioned that. I haven't forgotten about your request to look over the Pain vs. Kakuzu section. I haven't looked at it yet, just because with work and like prepping for the stream, I've just been like, I haven't taken the time yet. So hopefully I'm not keeping you waiting there. But I'm still totally down to do it. So just wanted you to know that I hadn't forgotten about you. But yeah, so with that being said, I think we can continue. We were basically just trying to establish here that, the other thing here is that saying that Naruto is blitzing the paths of pain is not a good description of what happened over the course of that fight. Yes, he managed to, I guess, arguably blitz the Asura path, but the Asura path, as you can see, was actively dashing towards Tsunade at the time. Naruto's in Sage mode over here. And then when Naruto starts fighting the other paths of pain, you know, he goes through that whole sequence where Ma and Pa are helping him keep the animals off, and they use Frog Song to stun them, and then he, like, kills the one path inside Gamabunta's mouth, and then, like, he has Katsuyu tell him to attack the Predapath with physical attacks. So yeah, he's whittling them down, but he's getting a lot of help and support. He catches the human path off guard because Pain doesn't know that the Rasen Shuriken can expand. Tendo's abilities are also on cooldown this entire time. He can't use Shinra Tensei or Bancho Tenin, which are arguably his strongest abilities. So yes, he is, but if we're talking about, like, he's blasting through the paths of pain, but if we then talk about this, you know, like, saying that since Pain can't defeat or isn't defeating Naruto in taijutsu here, that means he wouldn't be able to go against Kakuzu either. This is assuming that, like, Pain would be in this same setup, like with his main abilities off a cooldown, you know, with all of the, like, multiple other paths defeated after having used the massive Shinra Tensei on the village. If we're talking about a situation where Pain is starting off with 6 paths and starting the fight with Kakuzu fresh, then obviously it's very, very different, and this could go very differently. Pain doesn't need to beat to be able to beat Kakuzu in straight up taijutsu at all when he has 6 paths that are working simultaneously. And there also hasn't been any discussion of how Pain did against Jiraiya in this video. I don't think like Pain versus Jiraiya comes up at all in this video. Maybe once or twice to say like Jiraiya used Frong-Sog on them. I can't remember. But never is there any mention of like how the human path blocks an attack from Jiraiya in the smoke. You know, like let's just look at that real quick, because it's important to have some context. Of course, you could challenge all this by saying like, well, maybe Jiraiya doesn't really scale anywhere. Maybe Jiraiya is not impressive. That's fine. You know, obviously, feel free to contest it. But the fact that the feats never really came up at all is kind of unfortunate. And if we just look at the way that, you know, these 3 paths fight Jiraiya, the paths themselves are not even at full strength, right? They're not fighting all 6 of them with animals out as well. So this is chapter 375. Jiraiya has just entered Honored Sage mode with Manpa. He kicks the human path in the eyes and blinds him. So he's blinded, and the 3rd data book does confirm that he's actually blinded here. But then Jiraiya uses the boiling oil, and the Predapath just jumps in and absorbs it and totally nullifies it. Jiraiya dashes in, you know, uses the Odama Rasengan. Predapath totally nullifies it, no problem. Fukasaku chips in, throws down a smoke bomb, and even though he's in the smoke and blinded as well, and they're coming at him from behind, he's this close, he's about to hit him, and then the human path just like no diff, like raises up his arm and blocks the punch without even turning around. He's like not even bothered by it at all, because the animal path is able to see the silhouette through the smoke, right? So this is the shared field of vision. Then the frog jumps out of the smoke and distracts him. Despite being distracted, you know, Jiraiya comes in from behind the animal path, is behind him, and uses what he calls his fastest and most wide-ranging Sage Mode attack. And without even fucking looking at him, the animal path just summons the panda right behind him and blocks all the attacks, right? So here's just 3 of the paths fighting together without Tendo or Asura being present. The human path over here, you know, the human path is the one that can rip out people's souls. So the human path could have probably ripped out Jiraiya's soul here, or at least tried to drain some of his life force. But doesn't even try to, even though he's like, you just turn around and grab him and try to rip out his soul. Doesn't try to, which kind of implies that the paths, even the paths that are here, aren't really taking the fight all that seriously, and he's still able to pull all of this shit off. So, I don't know. I don't think he needs to be able to beat base Naruto and Taijutsu with one path whose abilities are on cooldown. I don't really think that's relevant at all to the overall outcome of the fight. Catching up on comments here. Oh, it wasn't to me, my bad. Oh, yeah, about Konakun. Kakuzu says, no, you don't worry. What did I miss? Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't, like, I wasn't keeping you waiting. That's good to know. We didn't really miss much. We're talking about, we're just kind of going over what we talked about last time and kind of establishing the goal for today, which is going to be, you know, continuing the discussion of the Brutal Honesty video, specifically also taking some time to talk about some of the calcs that were referenced. And it's basically just the same stuff that we've been talking about before, like the AP of the Shinra Tensei and stuff like that. Konakun says, my girlfriend, oh no, my girlfriend cheated on me with somebody else. That's it. Took a massive L. That fucking sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, infidelity can really, really hurt and can bring everything crashing down. It can make, like, just the rest of your life, like, seem totally bleak and awful. I'm really sorry to hear that happened. Yeah, I know there's nothing that I can say, especially like stranger on the internet, that's going to make it better or make it feel better. It's patronizing, but it will get better over time. You will heal. You will be able to move on, even if it seems like really dark and impossible and awful right now. That will get better. You probably won't ever forget it. You'll probably never heal 100%. It's just like losing somebody who's close to you. You know, it's always going to suck. But it can fade away over time, and it can be like a source of strength and a source of growth once you're ready for that. But either way, like, I'm really sorry to hear that happened, and hopefully you'll give yourself some time. You'll be kind to yourself, you know. Feel free, try to learn from the experience if you can, but don't blame yourself, don't hate yourself, and just, you know, stay connected to people too. Stay connected to friends and family, anybody that you're comfortable sharing with. If you have a therapist or counselor that you speak to them, talk to people, get your feelings out, and you'll get through it. Not to sound patronizing, not to dismiss you, but it will get better and you will get through it. So good luck with everything. Kakuzu and Holiday says at this moment all the paths were watching this way and Asura didn't react in time and is arguably the second fastest, so they couldn't react to Sage Naruto to save Asura. Yeah. I think that I don't want to get into the weeds of it too much, but I feel like saying that Sage Naruto blitzed Asura there is probably fair. Like, I don't really have a problem with that. You could make some sort of a claim that, like, well, the Asura path had his rocket boots on or whatever, and like couldn't adjust its trajectory in time. But I think it's probably an issue of, like, Pain doesn't really know Naruto's full speed yet, and just kind of sending the Asura path in haphazardly, or like not carefully. And then Naruto has the speed to intercept it before they react and change course. You can nitpick it, but I'm fine with saying that he blitzed the Asura path here, especially since he's like clearly locked in, right? Kakuzu and Holiday says, well, it's a fact that Pain didn't defeated base Naruto and Taijutsu only. Yeah, that's fine. Like, it is factual that in that fight, in that exchange, Kakuzu or Tendo did not defeat Naruto, but given all of the other circumstances in that moment, I don't think that's really transferable to a fight with Kakuzu, because I don't think he needs to use, like, he's not just going to send Tendo forward on his own with his abilities on cooldown with all the other paths out of the way and just try to beat Kakuzu and Taijutsu. Like, that would be pretty reckless. I don't see why he would do that, and so I don't see that it's really relevant to the fight. If you could argue, see, this is what you could do. If you could argue that Kakuzu gets Tendo into that position and that Tendo has to rely on Taijutsu, and then that's like a win con for Kakuzu, that's fine. But my problem with the argumentation here is that he hasn't really established why Tendo would ever wind up in that position versus Kakuzu in the first place. If you think you have an argument for that, please feel free to share it. But my assessment of the video is that, like, he's just kind of taking things a bit out of context. Saria says, Jiraiya honestly did good for this fight, all things considered. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he died, like, but, others would have died a lot faster. Yeah, I mean, like, what he pulled off was pretty impressive, especially since he can, like, he admitted out loud that he felt like he was going to die, like he was outclassed. And despite that, he still had the courage to continue fighting Pain and also to come up with a strategy with, like, using the acoustics of the like metal tubing or whatever, like the sewer pipes, in order to, like, take advantage of Frog Song and all that. That's pretty impressive too. Oh, also, like, in that Taijutsu exchange, it's probably worth noting that Tendo didn't try to use the chakra rods at that point on base Naruto, and Sage Naruto was capable of breaking them, but I don't know if base Naruto would have been able to. If Pain, like, started dual wielding the chakra rods, and coming in like a dual wielding swordsman or something like that, he might have been able to do more damage than that. And this is a cop out, not a cop out, but this is a bit of a what's the term for it? I hesitate to say stuff like this because I don't want to just dismiss the whole conversation. I think that's kind of crappy. But it is worth noting that Pain was arguably holding back against Naruto at the time because he didn't want to fully kill him. He wanted to recover him and bring the Nine Tails back. Now, that doesn't mean he still could have been hitting him just as hard as he would have otherwise. But potentially he could have been going harder and, like, going for the throat, for example, like going for the kill. The way that he does when he escalates things later on, right? So there's enough ambiguity there that I just don't think it's fair to exchange that fight directly with whatchamacallit. Like, you can't just, like, swap out Kakuzu for Naruto and expect the fight to go exactly the same way, in other words. Kakuzu and Holiday says Kakuzu can put a lot of pressure due to his 5 hearts and 5 seconds delay is quite big for a ninja world with lightning speed attacks. Could be an opening for Kakuzu to get in close quarter combat. See, yeah, that's a decent idea. Using the hearts to draw attention and then bring himself up. Like, I think I said this before, that if you were to argue that Kakuzu could use a diamond morph punch to damage, certainly, like, the Predapath, like, I don't have a problem with that, and probably the other paths too, maybe even Tendo. that would be fine. Like if you told me, hey, I think Kakuzu could damage Tendo with a punch from a Diamond Morphin Hands punch or something like that, then I'd probably be like, yeah, that makes some sense. I would probably point out that Sage Mode Taijutsu is pretty strong, and the fact that Tendo managed to block a kick from Naruto in Sage Mode is a durability feat for him. But especially the other paths, like maybe Tendo is just more durable, right? Like he should be able to get through the Asura path no problem with a Diamond Morph punch or kick. But what I would have wanted to have seen in this video specifically is how Kakuzu maneuvers himself into that position in the first place. And I don't feel like the video did a very good job of exploring that.
None of that is going to work on Kakuzu. The Ashura Path pierced Kakashi with his blade, but
Okay, so this is funny.
Kakashi is much less durable than Kakuzu due to the Jinchuriki scaling.
I'm honestly not sure what he means by due to the Jinchuriki scaling. I think he means that Kakashi is like less durable than perfect Jinchuriki Yukito, but I'm not sure, so I don't want to comment too much on that. But what I'm find hilarious is that, like, let's listen to it again and just watch the anime scene in the background and then superimpose with the manga.
Seen the pads of pain, so none of that is going to work on Kakuzu. The Ashura
Okay, so this is the Asura path, obviously, skewering Kakashi with his bladed tail, or so it seems.
Path pierced Kakashi with his blade.
You watch what happens here, right? Kakashi starts to fizzle and disintegrate into lightning,
but Kakashi
and dissipates into lightning because that's not Kakashi himself, it's actually his lightning clone. So whether Kakashi swapped out with a lightning clone at the last second, or whether it was a lightning clone the entire time, that's lightning clone. And he says it's just Kakashi, and then he shows the manga panel of Kakashi, quote unquote, getting skewered. But in the background, he's actually kind of, quote unquote, debunking himself by showing that it was the lightning clone. He's trying to use this as a feat for like an anti-feat for Kakashi's durability, but it's actually an anti-feat for the lightning clone's durability, and he's demonstrating that in the background in real time. It's just kind of funny.
is much less durable than Kakuzu due to the Jinchuriki scaling.
So far, I haven't actually seen, like, maybe I'm misremembering because we've been talking about this for a little while, but I don't remember hearing any scaling that puts about Kakashi's durability per se, that would necessarily put him under Kakuzu's durability. What I will say is that there's a bit of scaling later on where we start talking about like what Bijuu level means. I'll save it for that, but I think there are some arguments for Kakashi having substantial like durability higher than what's being presented here. But anyway, Kakuzu Holiday says he can even snare with tentacles. That's true. Yes, he can do that. Or pierce them, since they can easily enter the skin. My question for that would be like, does he have the speed to do that, right? Like, again, you might be correct. I like the picture that you're painting, so to speak. But in the purposes of a versus battle or a video that's trying to kind of simulate a versus battle, then I think you would need to kind of demonstrate, like, just show some feats of the speed of those tentacles or threads, whatever they are, and compare them to the speed of the paths, and then demonstrate that they could hit them. You could totally do that, but I would like to see the work actually being done in this video. Kakuzu and Holidays, either Diamond Morph or Tentacle Piercing would be enough. It could be, but again, like, I'd like to see some more elaboration on the actual durability versus AP of those tentacles. We see them piercing Kakashi, so you could scale off of Kakashi's durability, but I don't think I really saw that in this video. So Kakuzu and Holidays, you yourself might be onto something, but I don't think Noodles really explored that enough. So maybe that's something that you could look into in your video and kind of continue the conversation. Akono-kun says, bro, my lips started bleeding for no reason. That's not good. Are you hydrated? Do you have enough, have you been getting enough, like, electrolytes, enough vitamins and minerals? Honestly, like, I'm not a doctor, so I don't want to try to diagnose you over the internet. Everything you've said so far, especially not being able to sleep for days, like, I think you should go see someone. No judgment. This is not saying anything's wrong with you. I think you should consider go seeing a doctor or somebody at the Minute Clinic, or anything like that. Like, talk to an objective person who can assess your situation and help you. Like, you deserve help. You deserve to be taken care of. And so, don't take advice from, or don't, like, let me try to figure out what's going on. All I can say is that you should avail yourself of real resources in your vicinity, in your life, to help out. Yeah, please, 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 please take care of yourself. Don't torture yourself. Don't put yourself through hell just because life's being shitty to you. You know, go get some help. Kakuzu and Holiday says, "I'm defending my hero." That's all. That's totally understandable. And oh, the thumbnails. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed them. I don't think they're super like well artistically formatted or whatever. Like the images are kind of low res. But I'm trying to create a little story here, and I just want to establish for the record, may it please the court, that I do actually like Kakuzu and think that he has good abilities. So, you know, the little back and forth comedy between the two of them, I'm glad it's connecting. Konakun says, "I'm actually better than I was some days ago. I literally had a breakdown on Sage's server." Well, Sage's server seems like a nice place. Like, people are pretty supportive there. And I mean, that's what this is for, right? Like, yes, on the one hand, we're talking about like the primary topic is discussing anime or whatever, but also we're a community, we're a group of people that are connecting about stuff together. It's parasocial, but it is still some sort of a social connection. So what's the point of connecting with people if you can't rely on them for support every once in a while? So again, I'm sorry to hear that you're going through all that. Don't feel bad. Don't feel like you have to apologize for having a bad day. And you know, I just like the only thing I would encourage you to do is just make sure that you're getting. There are people who work very, very hard and train for years to, and like sacrifice a lot, etc., to specifically spend their lives helping people, like to get really, really good at helping people. Not to say every doctor is perfect or whatever, but you're probably more likely to get help from people who are trained and specialized. I know there's a lot of stigma around mental health and around, you know, asking for help, and just like the masculinity thing of like you're supposed to suffer through it yourself. Fuck all that shit. None of that shit matters. Like, you're worth getting help. And so the only thing that I would want to impart to you today on stream is that, like, please, like, consider getting help from trained people in addition to your family and friends and people that you might be connected to on the server. Like, don't rule out the possibility that somebody who is trained to help you can also like help you get through things. It's been a lifesaver for me and for friends and loved ones in my life, so I have to advocate for that. You know, mental health is important, so, you know, take care of yourself. Constant joking is actually a coping mechanism. That's good too. Like, humor is great. I can recommend some funny shit, but depending on your style of humor. But like, yeah, that's my go-to thing when I'm having a bad day, is just to try to laugh my ass off. Right. Anyway, back to the video.
Every time I debate this
Oh, sorry. I thought Kakuzu was the coolest member of the group. I don't like looking at this logo. I thought Kakuzu was the coolest member of the group, but then Obito revealed his actual design behind the mask, and I know it's a generic take to like the Uchiha, but all on-screen Uchiha are cool. Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much every character in the Uchiha has something. Uchiha clan have something to offer and have some cool abilities or some cool narrative to them. I think it seems to me like that was definitely Kishimoto's favorite clan in all likelihood.
topic, always have someone bring up the summons as if they're some insane threat to Kakuzu. Kakuzu literally gets paid to fight insanely powerful giant monsters that can emit multi-continental blasts from their mouths.
Okay, so just to kind of go over this real quick, the idea here is that because Kakuzu gets paid to fight giant monsters, and the giant monsters are scarier and bigger than the than any of Pain's summons, then Kakuzu, and also those monsters can spew multi-continental Bijuu bombs from their mouths. So there's an explicit mention of multi-continental Bijuu bombs here, which we'll talk about the Calcs in a second. Then Pain, like, his summons aren't going to be able to beat Kakuzu because of those reasons. When you're scaling stuff and you're describing things in this context, I think it's totally fine, even encouraged, to use terms like scariest if you like, because it keeps things lighthearted, it keeps things like creative, It's not like we have to be super clinical about our language all the time and use mathematical, scientific terms for every single fucking statement we make. However, for scaling purposes, this term scariest doesn't really mean anything, because it's entirely subjective. It's just an emotional state, right? It's an emotional response that's going to vary from person to person. So how can you fairly say that Yugito herself is scarier than like the Hound summon? Keeping in mind that the Hound can multiply itself, like divide itself over and over and over again, and that it can't be killed unless the animal path or unless Nagato himself is summoned. And not only that, it grows an additional head every single time it's struck. And not only that, it can split up into multiple bodies, and the multiple bodies can all share the shared field of vision from the Rinnegan. How do you quantify the scariness level of the dog, and that, like, this infinitely resummoning dog, and demonstrate that it's scarier than Yugito? What does scariness even mean when we're talking about like somebody like Kakuzu or somebody like Pain? As for the size, you'll notice that we never actually get a size calc to demonstrate how big Yugito is versus the dog. Setting aside the fact that like size and strength can be related but are not necessarily directly correlated. And so one being stronger than the other one being bigger than the other doesn't mean they're stronger than the other or weaker than the other, right? We should look at their size and then also look at their strength separately. We actually don't have a size calc that's been presented to us to determine how big the dog is, no measurements whatsoever. And we don't have a size calc to demonstrate how big Yugito is and how they even compare. There's also no attempt to understand like what the anatomy of these creatures are. You know, Yugito's design has this sort of like ukiyo-e inspired, like ethereal, wispy texture. Is it safe to assume that her mass is going to be comparable, and like her structure, skeletal structure, or whatever else is comparable to this? There's just so many details here that aren't really being explored. It just feels like a gross oversimplification of the nature of these creatures. Quick update on chat. Kakuzu and Holiday says, I dislike each Uchiha personally except for Madara. Interesting. What is it about Madara that that kind of breaks the mold for you? Be curious to know. Is it just that he's like so cold and so like above everything? Yeah, Yokotaro. Yeah, I mean, like, just I was going through the video recently, like my last stream, to kind of listen to it, and I just realized that that fucking logo was on screen for like half the fucking stream. And no disrespect to whatever artist who made the logo, you know, whoever you are, you did a fine job with the task you were provided. It's a well designed piece of art, but it's just like having that fucking thing staring at you for hours on end is just like the moon and Majora's Mask. That was the other thing I was considering putting up, just like constantly glaring down at you. It just like fucks with your head after a while. It's just unnerving. So I needed something to kind of break things up, and Nier is one of my favorite series, so you know, seemed appropriate. Konakun says, as the strongest man in the Akatsuki, the invincible Pain fought the fraud Kakuzu. Pain began to expand his Shinra Tensei. Kakuzu struck back in fear as Pain said, sit ashamed, Kakuzu, you're a fraud. I have a feeling that somebody else in chat might disagree with your novelization here. But that being said, that is really fucking funny. It is worth noting though that like some of those statements in the data books, like about Pain being invincible, don't quite hold up. But that's his attitude. I bet that's what he, you know, how he sees himself. Like if Nagato is looking in the mirror before the fight with Kakuzu, like that's what he's saying to himself to gear himself up, right? Like, yeah, baby, you're invincible. There's nothing you can do, right? He's just saying that to kind of help himself lock in. So, and Konakun hates every Uchiha except Itachi. Okay, so why do you like Itachi? I think maybe Kona and Kakuzu, you guys ought to do a Itachi versus Madara glaze off. Nier fan says, sorry, Zapona. John consistently based. Thank you. Yeah, that game, I'd love to play those games on stream, like the whole Drakengard series. Drakengard 1 is actually one of my favorite games of all time, but the reasons for which are sort of complicated. But yeah, one of the series that has influenced me the most as a developer, for sure. And I actually went with my partner like a little while ago to there was a concert of Nier music that was touring, and Yosuke Saito actually came up on on stage with no announcement. It was so cool. Like there were people there who were in cosplay, like at this concert hall, and it was just like a whole celebration of the music. Emmy Evans and I feel so bad. I can never remember the other vocalist's name who did like the desert theme vocals. They were both there, and it was great. It was an awesome time. Um, Kakuzu in Holidays says he goes straight to business, and even if he plays, it's not because of arrogance, but because he's just too strong. I think Kakuzu, you mean? Maybe. He does have like his bloodlust mode though. Kakuzu in Holidays then says everyone is allowed to think whatever they think. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's fair, right? Hot take: Kushina is over Tobirama. Oh man, that is a hot take. Wow. You should ask Auhert about that because we were talking about like, he put Kushina over Kurama. So, I would genuinely be curious to hear how you guys like cash that out. So, with the chakra change and all that. Saria says Drakengard 3 is my absolute favorite. Oh yes, it's an amazing game. I'm still waiting for like another Drakengard game. Like Automata was incredible, but yeah, we need an actual Drakengard entry. Life is full of ups and downs and clowns. Inu Asano. I don't know that person, but that's a nice quote. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, and then Saria, the I think it's called like Kuroi Uta, right? The song that plays during the, no spoilers for anybody who hasn't played, but like the final battle in Drakengard 3 is like one of my favorite video game songs as well. Great. Anyway, all this is just to say that we haven't really established, in my opinion, that the animal summons cannot defeat Kakuzu. Like the fact that they're like bigger or scarier, I don't think that's been established at all. I don't think it really matters either. The last thing I want to talk about, in Kakuzu and Holidays, you'll probably have some thoughts about this, is that I don't think it's really accurate to say that Kakuzu's job is that he like gets paid. If that was Noodle's intention here, is to say that like Kakuzu spends his time going around like as a monster hunter, like Geralt of Rivia from the Witcher series, and that's what he mostly does, or that's what he does a lot of the time. As far as we know, he's more of a bounty hunter and like an accountant. Like I don't mean that as a bursar, actually. A bursar would be the right term, I think, where he goes around and he hunts and kills people and brings them back. And sure, they're strong, and maybe they're even stronger than Bijuu in certain situations, but I don't think he's like a monster hunter primarily. I don't think that's ever established. Even in the novels, when he's going to like Shangri-La with fucking Hedon, he isn't fighting any monsters there as far as I can recall. So I think this is a bit misleading. I think the attempt here is basically to say that like, well, Kakuzu beats monsters up all the time, so the fact that Pain has monsters, whatever, Kakuzu can just beat them because he's a monster beater. But I don't know, like I don't think that's been established. I don't think we've really gotten good scaling for the monsters that Kakuzu is going to beat more versus Pain. More to the point, I don't think that we've gotten a calc or like an assessment of how Kakuzu is going to deal with those monsters while also fighting the 5 or 6 paths of pain, depending on whether or not the animal path is in the chameleon, simultaneously. So it's not really sufficient. Just say he's a monster hunter so he wins, right? It's bullshit. Kakuzu is a bounty hunter in his main life, and in the Akatsuki he was more the treasurer. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think he was going around with Hedon and like picking up a bunch of bounties at that point in the story, but yeah, him being the treasurer makes sense. Konakun says, well, KCM2 Avatar is just Naruto using Kurama's chakra, so the full Nine Tails should be above KCM2 Naruto, quite possibly. It was half Kurama because more chakra equals more power. Largely speaking, yes, although it's also a matter of how you wield the chakra and how you control it. Like, it's established pretty well in part 1 that a higher chakra amount in and of itself doesn't make you stronger. You have to also like wield the chakra and like channel it and focus it correctly. And a near-death Kushina can bind the full 9 tails before he even reacted. So this is something I'm not really prepared to debate, but I have heard consistently people saying that Kurama gets way stronger over the time he spent in Naruto because his strength is amplified by hatred, and he spends so much time just like sitting there being pissed because he can't go out for a walk and getting like angry, and that makes him stronger. So the Kurama that comes out during the war, even though he's at 50%, that 50% Kurama is still stronger than the full Kurama that fought Minato, because that 50% has been stewing in anger for like almost 2 decades. Now, again, don't quote me on that. I haven't ever actually looked it up, but that's what I keep hearing people say. So I think you should be aware that that's a possibility.
And he's literally stronger.
Oh, Kakuzu says war contract and fillers. Yeah.
And more durable than all of them. The only feat.
Okay, so before, like earlier in previous streams, let's go back and listen to that one more time.
To fight insanely powerful giant monsters that can emit multi-continental blasts from their mouths, and he's literally stronger and more durable than all of them.
Okay, so before I was given the benefit of the doubt, and before I kept saying like, I don't know if he's saying that he could beat all of the Bijuu. Let's entertain that argument. Maybe he's just saying he could beat one of them, and he's then trying to extrapolate from there. But no, like this is not ambiguous. This is not like difficult to understand. There's no two sides of it as far as I can tell. He literally said that he thinks that Kakuzu is stronger and more durable than every single one of the Bijuu and Jinchuriki, right? That's what he just said. So that means that he's asserting now that Kakuzu could beat up I'll explain the image in a second, Kakuzu. That he can beat up Killer B. So he just made the positive claim that Kakuzu would beat Killer B, essentially. He didn't say that specifically, but he did say that he is stronger and more durable than him, with no actual substantiation for why that's the case, right? Not to mention like Chome and Saiken and I don't know, Isobu, and going through all of the other ones, evaluating all the possible abilities that they have, their strengths and weaknesses, their special techniques, like their acid attacks and boil release, whatever else, right? He just like laid out the positive claim that Kakuzu is like beating them all, or at least stronger and more durable than them all. I don't think that's been substantiated at all. I think just throwing out a claim like that and just leaving it there in the air and then using it to build the rest of your argument around is pretty lame. It's pretty misleading. To answer your question, this is Yoko Taro, who's the director of a series called Nier and Drakengard, and one of the characters in the game called Emil like wears a mask like this, and he doesn't like to reveal his face in interviews and stuff. So whenever he goes around to trade shows or does interviews and whatnot, he wears a mask of his character. His character, without getting too much into the lore, the character is a human that kind of gets trapped in like a skeletal body, and this is what his head winds up looking like. And I'm just sick and tired of looking at this all day, so that's why it's up there. Yeah, let's keep going. Kurama's not an Uchiha who gets stronger with hate. Kurama, yeah, I think he is. But again, like I would just encourage you to go research that because I don't really have like scans lined up or anything. That's just what I've heard around the community. Maybe ask in Sage's in like the general chat. I think somebody will be ready to elaborate on that.
Animal summonings have is getting beaten up by the toads during the pain fight and occasionally damaging them.
Okay, so I really dislike that phrasing. Let's go over it one more time because I was talking over it.
And he's literally stronger and more durable than all of them. The only feats the animal summonings have is getting beaten up by the toads.
The only feats that the animal summonings have is getting beaten up by the toads. I mean, like, I don't think that's, first of all, true, because it's not like an honest and thorough assessment of what all the animal summons can do. I mean, there's another anti-feat, right, of the toads getting beaten up by Sage Naruto, like the not the toads, the rhino getting hit by Sage Naruto and thrown up into the air. So there are more anti-feats that you could talk about, but there's also the fact that, you know, we talked about several streams ago, that the dog is like clawing through the walls of the like Amigakure during the Jiraiya fight. We can go back and take a look at that if you want. I have to go find it. But also, like, the dog does initially get kind of messed up by, or like held down by the toads, but then starts to like get back up and push them back. The chameleon has a feat of being able to like blitz KCM1 Naruto, at least perception blitz him. He like sneaks up on him despite the fact that he has sensory with like Mito's ability. the bird is capable of like being summoned at any given time by the animal path and then like coming out at high speed, and like this doesn't hit Naruto, but it's still something that distracts him and puts pressure on him to jump away. The the animal summons in chapter like 423 or 4 or something have feats as well where they're going around the village and like sustaining. Oh, I gotta take the thing off the screen. Sorry. Where they're going around the village and fighting multiple Anbu members, and like the dog manages to survive that lightning trap and all that shit. And here Gamabunta, like a Bijuu level character, gets pushed back and like falls over, and the dogs start to pressure the other toads simultaneously, right? So one summon is already pressuring 3 giant toads simultaneously. Now they split up and there's even more bodies, right? And they had put these 2 toads into a defensive position. So I don't know. I think that's a pretty paltry way of looking at it. Not to mention that the bird also pushed back Gamabunta, back in the Jiraiya fight. So just saying that they have no feats is not really correct, and then trying to argue that means so look at the chameleon thing. I think that's more impressive. And then trying to argue that the fact that they have no feats also means that they would just like get annihilated or whatever, that they wouldn't have any relevance in the combat overall, just to me seems like dishonest as well. So here's Pain using the almighty push from inside the chameleon's mouth. He just like blasts it out from his mouth, and the chameleon is able to withstand it. Maybe he doesn't get hit by it at all, but I don't know. Like, Pain is inside his mouth, so it's worth considering. And then Naruto comes in, and again with his like Mito sensory ability, he doesn't sense the chameleon coming, and the chameleon comes up from behind him and manages to grab him and restrain him. Not to mention that I think he says like, yeah, so Nagato pushes the Shinron Tensei off of himself, and then Kabuto like locks him into his like full control mode, and then Naruto notices that he's gone, but doesn't notice the chameleon until the chameleon is like right up in his face. So there's just a bunch of shit here that's not being acknowledged for whatever reason. You can still acknowledge all of this and go through these feats and be like, you know what? Despite all of this fact, I still think that Kakuzu would win, and that would be fine. My objection here is more with the fact that it's, it's just kind of a what's the term for it? Like a straw man of the animals. Like, they don't have feats. What's their best feat? Like getting pushed around by some toads? Like, come on, put in a little more effort. Have a little more fucking care to actually look at what happened in these various fights. That's all I'm saying. Konakun says, man, I absolutely hate that I am right and you are wrong. Attitude. Noodle says, yeah, absolutely. It's like there's no room for nuance, and every conversation is just a competition, and I don't get that vibe at all. Sari's opponent says, I just love seeing Yoko smiling at the audience while you're talking about the panels. Like, don't worry, I'll tell you what he's showing. Yeah, exactly. So he's my you ever see those old like comedy sketches with like Key and Peele? It was just, I guess, Key specifically, was it, who was like Obama's anger translator. Yeah, that's Yoko Taro for me. He's like he helps translate my nitpickiness in a more charming way. I always forget about the chameleon. Yeah, the chameleon doesn't come up that much, but it is definitely a valid summon. And I think if you're specifically going to go through into a brutal honesty video about Kakuzu versus Pain, you need to provide a honest assessment of all the things that he can do. Now, you can provide that assessment and be like, I still think that Kakuzu would kick all their asses. That's fine, but like, actually go through and demonstrate what their abilities are. It's the difference between a steel man and a straw man, right? A straw man argument is when you take a watered down, misconstrued, lamer, or shittier version of your opponent's argument and you attack that. So it's like easier for you to try and seem like you got a victory. But the opposite, the steel man, is when you take your opponent's argument and try and build it up as much as possible and make it the strongest version it could possibly be. If you can win against a steel man, then that means your argument is really, really strong. Like, if you can beat the strongest possible version of your opponent, then that is just more credit to your own arguments. So I think people sometimes make the mistake of thinking that, like, I have to win this conversation or whatever, and so as long as I win, the victory is all that matters. So if I use a straw man to win, then I've won, right? So whatever, I can use a straw man. But instead, if you really want to convey your position as with the greatest amount of strength as possible, you want your victory not to be hollow. Not that it should even be a competition in the first place, but whatever. If you want to treat it as a competition for whatever reason, then yeah, like, fight against the strongest version of your opponent. Don't use like cheats or handicaps or whatever. And then when you win, it'll be so much better, and everybody can learn from the victory. Konakun says, also just a chakra ghost version of Kushina is stronger than Sage Naruto, because Naruto straight up said that I will become an even stronger shinobi than my mother. Wouldn't that mean that he... I don't know that that necessarily means that they're equivalent in strength. I think that just means that, like, long term, he wants to become stronger than whatever a live version of his mother would be. Like, that's my interpretation. But maybe there might be something there. That Sage Naruto was stronger than the Naruto who fought Pain. That is almost certainly true. Although, well, I don't know how much training he'd done at that point. Like, he hadn't unlocked KCM. He just kind of went straight to the Turtle Island, right? So he could be a little bit stronger. But I don't know if it would be, like, a whole tier above or anything. Maybe.
During the Pain fight and occasionally damaging them. The same toads that are weaker than Shikaku without a Jinchuriki.
He keeps repeating this Shikaku without a Jinchuriki shit, and we went over this like in great detail last stream, but like obviously Shikaku has a Jinchuriki, is inside a Jinchuriki this entire fight. Gamabunta isn't weaker than him. They're about evenly matched. Like, Gamabunta managed to cut off one of his arms, match a bunch of his like ninjutsu. Oh, let me get this out of the way. Match a bunch of his ninjutsu, and then also managed to restrain him physically, and then like cut off one of his arms, like I said. So he's relative to Shikaku. Would Shikaku have won at the end of the day? Maybe. Like, probably even. Like, if I had to debate it, I'd probably put Shikaku over Gamabunta overall. But much, much weaker? No. Like, they're still relative. They still have the ability to kind of clash with one another. And more to the point, Gaara is here the whole fucking time. Like, I don't know where this is coming from. Like, the idea that Gaara just pisses off, or that Shikaku is out roaming around on his own. Like, Gaara's literally dangling off of his fucking forehead. I'm still completely mystified at the idea that this is a non-Jinchuriki Shikaku. It doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah. I mean, like, again, I don't want to be disrespectful, Saria, to the artist or anything. It's just, it's constant. It's just, like, always in the way, so...
Well, what
I'd
about
rather
that
put my
dog
thing in
that
the way.
keeps splitting up? Well, what about it? It hasn't shown anything close to being as strong as a perfect Jinchuriki or a Bijuu.
Okay, so again, like, I don't think... I want to let him finish what he's saying, but I think he describes the dog as the dog that keeps splitting up. Like, the way he's depicting the dog, it's just not going over all of the different things that the dog can do and all the different applications that the dog would have in combat. 1 second. And so, yeah, it can split up, but I don't know. I think just describing it as it keeps splitting up that's not really the point. That's not why the dog is impressive. Yes, it does split up, but it splits up in response to things that are happening. And more to the point, the things that are happening that make it split up is that it receives damage. And when it receives damage, it converts that damage into... like, it absorbs the damage essentially and grows another head. So just saying the dog that keeps splitting up is, like, dumb. And you could all, if he took his fucking logo off the screen, you could see in the background that that's exactly what's happening, right? But instead of that, instead of actually getting to see the dog and its heads and how many heads it has currently, how many heads it has previously, instead we're just looking at this all day. So that's why I keep putting this up. Kakuzu and Holidays, I thought I mentioned this a minute ago. Sorry if I imagine that, but Yoko is the guy on screen right now. Yoko Taro is the director of Nier and Drakengard, and the mask that he's wearing here is one of the characters from his game. Dr. Pest says, Konakun, I wouldn't say that, rather than Kushina has a technique that is kryptonite-based weakness. Okay, yeah. For me, Kushina in power was an ordinary ninja and nothing remarkable. Well, I don't know. I think in the one-shot, she's implied to be a little bit more than that. Again, like, Auhert has had some interesting... feats where he was talking about this yesterday. So Howard, I hope you don't mind me quoting you here, but he was showing that, like, Karin was able to use the Kushina's chains to break through, like, the 1,000-armed Buddha that Guru was using or piloting, And Orochimaru says something along the lines of, "Oh, that's Kushina's ability. She's finally activated it," or like Kushina's own strength. The implication being that now Karin is as strong as Kushina, something along those lines, right? So there's probably more like higher scaling there. But I would ask Howard about it. He knows more about it than I do. But in short, it's more of a hacks than raw power. In general, I would agree. Yeah, but the chains themselves are capable of like chopping through the thousand armed Buddha thing. If you're curious about reading that, it's I forget the exact chapter, but it's when Orochimaru, Suigetsu, and Karin are first joining the battlefield, and they're going up against that thousand armed Buddha that Yamato is like inside of, right? Konakun says the reason Jinchuriki are stronger than the Bijuu is because the Bijuu are mindless beasts and cannot use their power properly. The way that I interpreted that is that, like, if you have like a Bijuu and a Jinchuriki, like let's say you take, like obviously if you take part 1 Gaara and part 1 Shukaku, and Gaara is just his normal self and Shukaku's outside of him and Shukaku's at full strength, I don't think there's any way in which Kid Gaara is beating his own Bijuu. I don't think Kid Gaara has any chance against like a bloodlusted Shukaku outside of him. But if you take Shukaku wandering around and basically just being like a dumb animal, and then you take Shukaku and put him inside a Jinchuriki who is skilled and talented and like a trained warrior who is harnessing his power, then that is definitely stronger than the Bijuu on their own, right? Oh, Kona, if you're correct that Karin only showed a glimpse of what Kushina can do, then that would be obviously put Kushina much higher. Yeah.
So what would it do to Kakuzu? Bite him and do nothing, or break its teeth?
Again, like, I hate that. Sorry, it's just like, listen to that one more time.
Well, what about it? It hasn't shown anything close to being as strong as a perfect Jinchuriki or a Bijuu. So what would it do to Kakuzu? Bite him and do nothing, or break its teeth?
I mean, like think about how crappy that argument is. Like, imagine if he heard somebody saying this shit about Kakuzu. Like, well, what would Kakuzu do against pain? Like, just fucking fall over and fall on his face and fucking lose? Like, what would Kakuzu do against the dog? Like, just piss his pants and run away and cry? You know, like, this is not an argument. It's just nothing. It's just being rude, I guess, for no particular reason. Do we actually have a reason to believe that the dog's teeth would break if they bit Kakuzu? How hard are the dog's teeth? Do we have any scaling for them whatsoever? This is just a kind of a crappy way of trying to dismiss the topic instead of actually dealing with it.
What about the giant bird that flies around? It doesn't even have feet.
The giant bird that flies around, again, kind of a caricature of what the bird is capable of. We were just looking at how the bird manages to get summoned, and I don't know if it's technically at full speed, but it is at speed. I shouldn't have closed that. When it comes out, like, it's already flying really fast when it appears, and it's used to slam into characters. Like, it slams into the ground near Naruto. Let's go back for just 1 second and talk about how it, first of all, he never talks about the crab, as far as I can recall, and like the jutsu nullification that the crab has. Granted, I think this is hyperbole, but the third data book does say that the crab's bubble jutsu washes away all ninjutsu. So if we take the third data book literally, the third data book describes this attack as, it's called Raging Froth, and it describes this attack as nullifying all ninjutsu. Now, I don't think we should take the third data books literally, but later in the video, Noodles argues that, you know what, this is funny, but like, maybe I should just leave it off because I keep leaving it over the scans that I'm talking about, so I don't know, sorry about that. Anyway, this is in chapter 374. Chapter 374, Pain versus Jiraiya. Crab comes out, starts spewing this bubble jutsu. This is called Raging Froth in the third data book, and the third data book says that this jutsu nullifies all ninjutsu and can also have like a blinding effect, right? So of course Noodles doesn't bring up this crab at all and doesn't mention this jutsu at all or the databook statement at all. However, he does mention that in the second databook there's a statement that the Mangekyo Sharingan can see the past, present, and future, and he uses this to argue that Kaguya has the ability to see into the future, which is a feat for Naruto's that Naruto's like sexy harem, reverse harem no jutsu, whatever it's called, that it was so effective that it managed to defeat Kaguya, who could see into the future. So his like reverse harem no jutsu with Sasuke is capable of, like, I don't know, breaking through the space-time continuum to fool somebody who can literally see the future, which is why it's not an anti-feat that Kakuzu gets fooled by Naruto, because Naruto's fool no jutsu just like is a time hack. And he's basing all of that on the fact that the second data book says that the Mangekyo can see into the future, but he's not including the fact that this bubble jutsu supposedly nullifies all ninjutsu. So now I guess we have a choice. Should we just accept all the databook statements as true? Because if we can do that for the Mangekyo, then we should be able to do this for this. And that means that the crab can nullify all of Kakuzu's ninjutsu, which would include Diamond Morph, which means that his durability is like gets changed practically over the course of the fight. Or do we take a more nuanced approach? The answer is yes. Okay, we take a more nuanced approach and like look at everything in context and go based off of what we actually see. Kaguya gets surprised by something that Naruto does, which means she doesn't see into the future. She doesn't see it coming because she gets surprised by it, right? So then we can also look at this and say, okay, maybe this crab jutsu doesn't magically turn off all other ninjutsu. And that's fine. But at least bring it up, you know? Like, if you're going to be brutally honest, at least talk about it. It's one of the things that Pain can do, and it never comes up. Like, the blinding component could also be something that's useful. So, the additional... I guess for whatever reason, this crab doesn't seem to have the Rinnegan eyes, so I guess that's not relevant. He just has regular, like, crabby eyes. But anyway. Pain also can use substitution jutsu. That never comes up. Let's talk about that real quick, right? Jiraiya here tries to puncture him with the lion's mane. Looks like he's actively bleeding. Blood spurting out. But turns out that was an illusion. It was a log. So Pain can use substitution jutsu. That never comes up in the video. Anyway, so just attention to detail here is not sufficient to my liking. Dr. Pest says... well, about Karin, I'll just say that it was kind of convenient to get to Sasuke because the chick at that point showed that the outside of support for healing allies and detecting enemies in combat. Oh, I see. She wasn't that great, and the fact that she comes out with it when defeating the giant statue of Zetsuko Toguro is more like plot armor. I mean, it can be plot armor. It could be like a plot-induced hack or whatever. But Sakura also gets like a similar thing where he gets like a massive... Oh, she gets... What is it? She gets access to her... Byakugo like 100 healings seal or whatever, and it turns on like at the perfect moment in the fight when she's going after the Ten Tails clones. And so that is a bit of a plot induced power up, but it's also not like inconsistent with the rest of the stuff that's going on. Like, it doesn't invalidate it or make it like fake or whatever, right? Hopefully that made sense. Autocorrect doing its thing. Oh yeah, no problem, I saw that. Konakun says it stated in the databook that Karin showed a glimpse. Also, Kushina has very high chakra even compared to the Uzumaki clan. I think, again, like, I don't want to quote I heard out of context, but we were looking at the scan last night and it said something along the lines of she's achieved her power. I think at that point it's not just a glimpse. I think that's the implication, is the full power. I could be wrong. You know, feel free to look into that. I would just encourage you to do your own research because I don't want to like put people out of pocket. Konakun says, by Noodles logic, if I beat a guy who has a gun in his hand, if I beat a guy who has a gun in a hand-to-hand fight, my fist must be stronger than the gun. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, or like, you know, you go into battle with somebody and they have their fists and you have a gun and they're like, oh, what are you going to do with that gun? Like, eat it and choke on the bullet and die? What are you going to do with that? Like, forget to turn the safety off? What are you going to do with that gun? Shoot yourself in the foot? Like, no, I'm gonna fucking shoot you with it. Like, what are you doing, guy? I'll try and go without the Yokotaro for a little bit.
The chameleon turns invisible, sure, but it still can't damage Kakuzu.
Okay, I lasted fucking 5 seconds. So, the chameleon doesn't need to damage Kakuzu. The point is that the animal path can hide inside the chameleon. And as long as the animal path is inside the chameleon, as long as Kakuzu can't kill the chameleon, then the chameleon can continue to hide the animal path, and there's nothing that Kakuzu can do to defeat it. In other words, so Pain summons the dog can't be killed unless the animal path is defeated. The animal path hides inside the chameleon. By the way, here are those feats for the dog, like punching through the steel walls and stuff. And so the dog can't be defeated, the animal path is hiding inside the chameleon, and the chameleon can't be detected except by creature detection jutsu. Now, whether or not you take that literally will change the way that you view this fight. But what, okay, let's see. Right, so Ma says that just maintains this. Okay, so they're talking about how the creature makes itself transparent, and Ma says that just maintains stalemate. Let's drag him out using creature detection jutsu, right? I think there's another statement that says, like, we need creature detection jutsu. Not exactly. Now that he's made himself invisible, we've got to use barrier battle arts. Okay. So I don't think... Maybe it's not explicitly that they need creature detection jutsu. Okay, so what I was going to say is that if Kakuzu doesn't have creature detection jutsu specifically, then he won't be able to detect it at all. But I think that, you know, if he had something akin to a chakra sensory ability like the Sharingan or something that would let him see invisible things, see through illusions, then he could maybe do it. But again, like, Jiraiya here is in Honored Sage Mode, and Sage Mode has sensory capabilities. So I don't, like, he's not capable of sensing it with his Sage Mode. Naruto isn't capable of sensing it with Mito's, like, threat sensing ability. So really, what is Kakuzu going to do? Not rhetorical question. What is he going to do to detect the chameleon? It's a straw man to say that since the chameleon can't hurt Kakuzu, that the chameleon has no utility in combat. It's just a bad representation of what the characters are capable of and how they're going to be being used in this fight. Saria says, Power Scalers have this weird thing where the only thing they think about are raw stats. Yes, exactly. And not abilities of characters, and just kind of treat everything like Dragon Ball and power equals ability nullifying. Yep, I would agree. Things need to be taken in context. And also, so this is something that I know people will probably disagree with. That's okay. But I wish that more people would play the games, and maybe I'll see if I can, like, take a look right now, or use the Ninja Storm Kakuzu ultimate abilities. There's something that I saw the other day. This might be a little loud, so sorry, I'll try and keep it lower. But there was something that I saw. Like, look, well, first of all, that's goofy, but it's funny. Trying to look for this ability that Kakuzu had in one of the games where he takes multiple of his masks and puts, like, 3 of his mask jutsu. That's pretty cool too, like the combination between different things, right? Like, puts 3 of his mask in one arm and, like, combines it together into, like, this Buster Cannon from, it looks like something out of Mega Man. Is this it? Yeah, this thing. Look at that. Look at that shit. That's fucking cool. It's like fire, wind, and lightning, right? Let's watch that again and make it full screen. Right? That grabs Naruto, throws him up in the air, 3 masks together, blast, giant fucking chakra blast, ultimate jutsu. Really, really cool. And so, like, I know that, like, we're not supposed to use the games for power scaling because they're not canon or whatever, but I think that we should take inspiration, like, even this stuff. We should take inspiration from this, because the people who made these games had to look at the source material and come up with techniques that would be appropriate and make sense, and that would be, like, not so crazy as to misrepresent the source material that they were developing from. So that doesn't mean that it's all in character or in canon for the manga. Obviously, for versus battle debates and stuff, I know why they're not used. but I wish that power scalers in debates would think more like these game developers and would like just try to be more creative about the ways in which jutsu could be used. Because wouldn't that be cool if you could just use that argument? Like Kakuzu uses a fucking that it's not out of character for Kakuzu to do that. There's nothing in his ability set that tells us that he wouldn't be able to make this like canon thing, right? Anyway, this is just my own like personal rant. I understand why people might not agree, but oh, sorry, that was probably really loud. Anyway. Konakun says, this is reminding me of Six and Troy's reaction to NC Hammer's video where NC Hammer said Hagoromo transcended death, space, and time, and he's a multiversal being. Yeah, I don't know anything. Like, I haven't seen a whole lot of NC Hammer stuff. Like, no disrespect to him. I just don't like the shaky cam style of recording. I just can't, like, deal with it for whatever reason. But we could have a stream where we talk about planetary or multiversal Naruto. I find those arguments to be pretty facetious, but, you know, that's another thing where it's a whole other topic. Yeah, Kakuzu and Holidays, if you have a response to that, feel free to share. Konakun says, NC Hammer said Hagoromo and Hamura remained on Earth even after their death, so they transcended death, space, and time. By that logic, Minato and Kushina also did the same thing. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it comes down to semantic thing, like what exactly is intended by transcending space and time. Can you live on as a ghost? Does that count as transcending space and time? Maybe. But then if you're trying to say that that means that you can like travel at infinite speeds or something, because that's also a technical definition, like a semantic definition of transcending space and time, that to me seems kind of dishonest. It seems like you're trying to smuggle in like one argument semantically inside of another. Just, I don't know. It's creative, it's funny, but if you're like trying to understand the series in a deeper level, I don't think that's going to help you. Kakuzu put a heart underground to free himself from Shikamaru's shadow jutsu so he can move them out of his body without the mask. Yes. Oh no, I always thought that he put the heart, like he sees shadow possession coming, and then he puts the heart underground when the kunai comes at him. Isn't that right? Like, hang on one second. So, I never remember the exact number, 334? One more. Okay. 332. So, maybe you can have a different interpretation of this. This is totally okay. But I think Kakuzu heard shadow possession coming, and then he jumps out of the way, and then he sees this explosion. And then notice how, like, we don't see his hand over here. In this explosion, or maybe it's here, right? Because now we can't see either of his hands. I always thought that, like, when this explosion happens, this is when he puts his hand under the ground. Because we don't see his right hand after this point. We only see his left hand. And so he moves back, and then the shadows come towards him, and then Shikamaru grabs him, and then he's over here, keeping in mind that he traveled from, like, over here-ish to over here, or no, over here to over here, because we can follow the strash or whatever it's called along the ground. And then he gets trapped there, and then he breaks out of the kunai from a distance. I think the kunai, or the chakra knife, was about, in between, obviously, where he is and Shikamaru, and so he just pushed it out. I don't think it's the case that he, like, has both of his hands on him here, and then he tunnels it under while he's still in shadow possession. I think he does so under the cover of the smoke. See? Yeah, I mean, like, we even get this little panel from Shikamaru here. When I attacked him with letter bumps, he must have hidden his right arm to the ground under cover of smoke. So I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing, but I think, like, he can do it, but, like, if Pain is looking at him, he might notice that that's happening. Pain also seems to have some kind of sensory, like, it's inconsistent. He can sense that Naruto's Sage Chakra is waning, but also seems to have trouble seeing through smoke sometimes, and sometimes he doesn't, so I don't know. If you told me that Kakuzu could put his hand under the ground and Pain couldn't see it, I'd probably just say, yeah, sure, that makes sense. Kakuzu can discover the chameleon the same way Gaara did find the summoning of the second Mizukage, the giant palm. Through air and dust, he can either perceive. I thought that. Well, yeah. I mean, like, it's possible. Oh, you weren't talking about the same thing. It's fine. Okay, feel free to let me know if I was off about that. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like you would need to actually demonstrate how Kakuzu could would actually do it. If the chameleon was leaving footprints, that's fine. That's one thing. But if the fact that we have other characters with sensory abilities that aren't capable of perceiving it, and we don't see the chameleon leaving footsteps, I just don't know that Kakuzu has anything in his arsenal that really lets him do that. It's a nice idea though. I just don't see how it's going to work in this particular context. NC Hammer is a walking L. Oh, when Six and Seth refuted his video, bro literally said to Six that you and Seth are just bad people. Well. So I haven't seen the NC Hammer video, and I haven't seen the refutation, so I cannot comment on that. Also, using an ad hominem to try to discredit your opponent is not ever going to help your position at all. It's just going to make you look belligerent, and yeah, it's not a good idea. It's not. It's basically a logical fallacy, right? I think literally by definition, it's a logical fallacy. So that's not helping his position. I will say that whether or not Seth and Six are bad people is not for me to decide, and it would be weird for me to say something about that to another person that I don't know. I will say that I do not fuck with Seth at all, like categorically. And as for Six, we get along just fine. I was in his server for a long time, or not his server, what is the term for it? Like, I was on his lives for a long time. I was a mod on his live streams. Donated quite a bit of money to him over the years, just like with little super chats here and there. I do not go there anymore, and I don't think I'll be going back. The TikTok cyberbullying and homophobia is just out of fucking control, and I can't deal with it. So I can understand why some people might feel a little bit of friction in those communities. That doesn't mean he's a bad person. I don't think he's really aware of it, but it's still not something that I can participate in, and I can understand why that could contribute to the conflict a little bit. Konakun says, I used to like Kakuzu. I thought he was really cool, but Noodles ruined it for me. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I guess that's the backfire, is that if you present a character in sort of an overhyped way like that, it can potentially sour the taste. Was there anything about it specifically that ruined it for you? Well, that sucks, because he is a really cool character. I think he's still likable despite whatever Noodles or anybody else has to say. Kakazun Holiday says, if there's dust created by the heart's AoE, and if the chameleon moves equals footprints. Oh, I see what you're saying. The dust would cover the chameleon's body as well, since it's just invisible, not erased from reality. Which sensory type are you referring to? Oh, I'm referring to the fact that Naruto in KCM 1, I'd have to find the exact scan, but like, Yeah. Okay, so even if I don't have the exact scan, I think you'll know what I'm talking about, right? Like, he is able to detect the white setsus even when they're detected and cloaked, because and then, like, somebody says he has Mito's ability. I think it might even be Obito who says that, right? Like, he has Mito's ability to detect like hidden threats and stuff like that. And then later, when he gets attacked by the Jinchuriki with scaled sneak jutsu or whatever it's called, he's able to see through it by sensing their hatred or malice or something like that, right? Do you remember what chapter the Jinchuriki fight starts in? 564? And I can show you. Something around here, right? Yeah, it's around here. Okay, so scaled sneak jutsu, blinded. Yeah, I can still see their intent, though. This will be easy. So even if Naruto couldn't, like, and these are Edos, right? So these aren't, he can still detect their intent, even though their intent is just being, like, mind controlled, essentially. So even if he couldn't detect the chameleon, he should still be able to detect Nagato inside the chameleon. And if that's the case, then the fact that he couldn't means that the chameleon is, like, the cloak of the chameleon is so effective that it's even hiding, like, the killer intent of Edo Nagato inside of it, right? So that to me is a feat for the chameleon itself. Let's see. The dust idea is a nice idea. I'm not going to get too into that right now, just because I want to stay focused on the video. But I like the way you're thinking about it. Nagato was inside the chameleon Kakuzu and Holidays, at least at the start, right? Let's take a look at that. Yeah, we were just looking at it a second ago, but won't take too long to go over it. At least to my recollection, you know, I could always be wrong, but yeah. So like here, Nagato gets up, and Naruto says like, "Where'd he go?" And then Nagato opens the chameleon's mouth and does the almighty push, which suggests that he was inside the chameleon beforehand, right? And Naruto can't detect him. And then Naruto can't detect the chameleon either. Now you could maybe be like, okay, well maybe the chameleon doesn't have intent, but it is being like controlled by Nagato. It's still Nagato's chakra going through it, right? Because it has a chakra rod in it. So I don't know, maybe some nuance there, maybe something that you could argue. You could be like, well, technically we don't see him inside of it. That's fair, but I still think there's enough to go off of here that it's enough to call the sensory into question. Oh yeah, thought about after. Yeah, no problem. And like to give you some credit, like I said, there's some ambiguity there. I just think it's worth including.
And as soon as the animal path is destroyed, all the animal summons will go away.
Yeah, but again, like Noodles hasn't actually demonstrated. For one, you know, I know he talked about this in his debate with Weeaboo Warrior, but he hasn't. Let me try that again. In his debate with Weeaboo Warrior, he said that he thinks that even if the animal path gets inside the chameleon, that Kakuzu could just blow up the whole battlefield, and that blowing up the whole battlefield could kill the chameleon and kill the animal path inside of it. So let's just pretend that he'd use that same argument here, because it actually at least is some more scaling that we could look at. In order to substantiate that, you would of course need to demonstrate that one of Kakuzu's jutsu could like kill the chameleon. If it was one of his big AoE jutsu, I think he said it would be something like Searing Migraine or Wind Style Pressure Damage, then as opposed to like False Darkness, then those abilities would have to be able to spread out across the battlefield fast enough to be able to hit the chameleon, who might be moving around. It would have to be basically omnidirectional to account for the fact that the chameleon could be like any arbitrary distance or position with respect to Kakuzu. And then the jutsu itself would have to be enough to, like, if it was a fire attack, for example, to like cook the chameleon and force the animal path to come out of it. And unfortunately, we haven't been provided any specific detail about any of that stuff in this video. It's possible that we could look at the fact that the chameleon dies to Ma's pause water pressure jutsu, like it's cut in half by it. But if we do that, then we'd have to like try to find some scaling for that jutsu before we could talk more about the durability of the chameleon, right? So really, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's just so much more stuff that should have been covered here. Sorry, it says, I still laugh so hard. Oh wait, sorry. Kakuzu says, good counter argument. I have to think about it. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad I can contribute. Hopefully, it's something that helps you like develop a new counter. And if you come up with a new counter, let me hear about it. Like, I'm curious to see what you think about it in the long term. But thank you for the feedback. Saria says, I still laugh so hard at Naruto grabbing his soul to stop it. Yeah, he's just like sticking his fingers in the nose of his like own soul and yanking it back in. It's so great.
So no, I don't think the smaller, lesser monster summons are going to affect the literal Bijuu killer in Kakuzu.
This is pedantic, I know, but like technically speaking, Kakuzu didn't ever kill a single Bijuu. He didn't actually kill Yukito. Even if we pretend for a second that he was the only one who fought Yukito and Hidan didn't help at all, they brought Yukito back alive. Like, I know that's pedantic of me because, like, if, like, the point is whether or not he can, but it's literally not true to say that Kakuzu is a literal Bijuu killer because he literally didn't literally kill a Bijuu. And this video is called Brutal Honesty, so I had to say it. Sorry, not sorry.
It wouldn't make any sense.
Oh, Kakuzu and Holiday says, what I like about the strategy, I get, it's that it doesn't have to hit the chameleon. The dust would either reveal the chameleon due to the dust covering the animal. Sooner or later, footprints. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. It just kind of assumes, I think, that the dust would be hanging in the air to the extent that, or like to covering the chameleon in general. And if that were the case, like, um, I don't know, like this starts to get into the territory of like trying to speculate about Kishimoto's intentions, but obviously, like Jiraiya had different ways of creating projectiles that could potentially cover the chameleon in some sort of goo or tar or oil that could reveal its location. For whatever reason, though, like he and Ma decided to use barriers and creature detection jutsu and stuff like that. So maybe it just doesn't quite work like that. Like I think it would be sort of an assumption to say that the dust would be sticking to him. If they were in, you know what, like if it was raining out and the chameleon was moving around a lot, you could probably see the rain like bouncing off of his body and it would form a silhouette. So if you could demonstrate something like that, maybe you could say like, here's something, right? Like Kakuzu uses a water style jutsu to create rainfall, and then the chameleon like it gets revealed that way because it's like all wet and something. I don't know, something like that. Konakun, yeah, I do think he did. Well, he definitely did do a ritual on Yugito at some point. But Noodles is kind of operating under the capacity that Kakuzu did. Like he's attributing the victory against Yukito to Kakuzu specifically. He doesn't really talk about Hidan's contributions. So I was just saying, like, for the sake of argument, let's pretend that all the fighting was done by Kakuzu. But I think it was done by both of them as a team. Going back up, Kakuzu and Holiday says it's just that Kakuzu's AoE will create dust, obviously. Probably, yeah. I would just want to know that it would be, like, still fast enough to hit the chameleon and widespread enough to catch it in any arbitrary direction, position, stuff like that. And one more. Funny enough, Kakuzu not being able to be a literal Bijuu killer means he's no different than Nagato Pain himself. Yeah, and then going back to the previous commentary about like the databook statement saying that all of the Akatsuki members have the power to take on Bijuu and Jinchuriki, you know, that becomes relevant as well with what you're saying. Konakun says, you know, if I challenge every single Shisui fan to a real fight, I might be all uncombined. All of them are just basement bums. Oh, I don't know. There's probably a couple of nice Shisui people out there, and not all basement bums are total pushovers. But yeah, like the Shisui, Shisui is definitely one of those characters where it can be quite divisive, and it can, I suppose, get it irritating if people are a little too. I know the Uchiha seem to generally attract people who just glaze them to like infinite extent, and I don't want to dismiss anybody for liking any particular character. Shisui fans or Shisui haters, like whatever your perspective is, as long as it's based on some kind of fair analysis, then, or even just like genuine opinion that's heartfelt, like I don't feel the need to downplay that. But it does seem like there's a couple of characters like that who do get kind of overplayed, and that leads to hostility sometimes, and that's not ideal. Kakuzu says it depends on the battlefield. If it's land, it would work nicely, but the Jiraiya versus Pain area, not a lot of Jiraiya. Yeah, exactly. Area isn't favorable. So that's something that I think, you know, when you're having a versus battle, it makes debate. It makes sense to, or even just like constructing a video on the topic, it makes sense to specify what the battlefield is going to be beforehand. Because if they were fighting like in the rain village outside while it was raining, that could be very different, right?
Sense. How would a less big, less powerful dog
now we
beat
see the dog.
him if a more powerful big cat couldn't?
Because sometimes people can beat other people who are stronger and bigger than they are. Like, that's a non sequitur.
Wait, Noodles, what about the mud wall feat you mentioned earlier? Since Kakashi's mud wall could block the giant shurikens that cut the 8 tails, when Pain shattered the same mud wall, shouldn't this Shinra Tensei have 8 tails level attack potency?
Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on this because I have the previous stream called like Multi-Continental Mud Walls where we get into this in great depth. The short version is just that Noodles made the argument earlier in his Pain section that Obito throws these big ass kunai out of his Kamui dimension into this mud wall, and the mud wall is a jutsu that Kakashi uses, and the mud wall manages to block the shuriken. However, the shuriken themselves later, I think it's later, managed to pierce through the tips of Gyuki's tentacles. So Gyuki is then also able to tank or absorb, survive is better, one of his own Bijuu bombs when it's flicked back at him by the Ten Tails into his own chest. Even though he's wounded by it, he still survives it. So the scaling there, the idea... Oh, and then Pain is able to, like, blast apart Kakashi's mud wall. So the idea there is that, like, the scaling that Noodles provided in his Pain section was that Pain's Shinra Tensei is stronger than the mud wall. The mud wall is stronger than the shuriken. The shuriken is stronger than the A-Tails, and the A-Tails is stronger than an A-Tails Bijuu bomb, and therefore the AP of that Shinra Tensei is greater than the AP of the A-Tails Bijuu bomb. That was what, like, Noodles came up with himself, unless he was quoting somebody else, you know, just for the sake of being thorough. That was what he presented. And now he's kind of arguing against that. So it seems like his intention here, again, like, I don't want to assume intention. That's usually not fair. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what the point of this is. But it seems like it was brought up specifically for the purpose of demonstrating later that this is why it doesn't work or whatever. It was fair enough. But that whole chain in the first place is just, I think, very odd. Because it's like... The idea that since Pain can break apart a wall made of compacted dirt, that means that he's also capable of outputting the same amount of force as an A-Tails Bijuu bomb. As much as I want to glaze Pain all day, that seems to me to be a total non sequitur. That doesn't seem connected at all. A much more elegant and honest way of looking at this is just that different characters and different body parts have different levels of durability. Right, like a wall can be more adequate at blocking a sharp, piercing metal weapon than the tip of a fleshy cephalopod tail. And the tip of a fleshy cephalopod tail can also be less good at blocking an incoming piercing weapon than the chest of like the bull part of Kyuki, that might have, like, thicker musculature or thicker chakra there or whatever, right? There's a whole bunch more nuance here than is being presented, and you could go through the series and actually look for examples of characters having different durability feats when they're clashing against different objects, different types of attacks, whatever. So I don't see why anybody would need to use this chain of scaling in order to argue either for or against Pain. It just seems like the better way to deal with it. See, here it is, by the way, is in chapter 608. The better way to deal with it is just to assume that different objects, different surfaces, different parts of different bodies just, like, respond to incoming damage types differently. In the same way that, you know, somebody who's more into, like, guns can probably correct me here, but I'm pretty sure that Kevlar is really good at blocking against bullets, but is, like, really shit at blocking against knives. Even though the amount of force behind the knife could be far less than the amount in the bullet, it's still, what it comes down to at the end of the day is the way in which that force is being directed, channeled, whatever. Like, puncture wounds and ballistic impacts are different. So, anyway, Konakun says, you know, the worst are Fugaku fans. Are there Fugaku fans? I never hear people talk about Fugaku. Saria says, I am the kind of girl who likes Naruto Uzumaki because I love characters with so much empathy and kindness. Yes, thank you. Because it feels like these kinds of characters are becoming rare and made fun of lately. Yep, absolutely. Naruto's relationship with Gaara and how they managed to empathize despite their differences was what hooked me on the series initially. It's such a powerful moment. It's such a quintessential part of why that show to me, and the series, I should say, because the show and the manga are so important to me. Yeah, part of the reason why I'm doing these streams, why I'm doing these videos talking about it, is because, frankly, just to be blunt, it sort of disgusts me that people use a series that is about love and empathy and understanding as ammunition to scream at each other and call each other, like, I don't know, ableist and racial and homophobic slurs. It's just completely fucking unacceptable. Having fun debates and competitions and even getting a little heated up and using that to, like, strengthen your skills and develop a better understanding of things is awesome. And I think that the spirit of that comes through in some of these videos and debates and all that stuff is fucking amazing. And I would like to contribute to it in some kind of way. But then there's this like other side that you've kind of mentioned, Saria, which is just using a story about love as a source for hatred is just not okay. It's really really sad, and that's kind of why I wanted to talk about it. Kakuzu and Holidays says, so the main counter argument is to prove that the AoE creating the dust will cover the chameleon body, correct? Yeah, well, I would just want to see more feats, right? Like, if you make the positive claim that Kakuzu can kill the fucking chameleon, that is fine. But then how are you going to go about demonstrating that? What are the feats that you're going to use? If you're going to use the feat that Kakuzu has a battlefield destroying ability that will kill the chameleon because the chameleon... Sorry, a battlefield destroying ability that will kill the chameleon, you would just need to demonstrate what the ability is, how much AP it has versus the chameleon's defensive capability, durability, and then demonstrate what is the size of the battlefield you're talking about, and then look at the speed of the jutsu that's being cast and compare the speed of the jutsu being cast to the speed of the chameleon. Then all you need to do is demonstrate that the jutsu itself can hit the chameleon before the chameleon can get away from it, and that the jutsu would do enough damage to the chameleon to be able to kill it. Or at least to be able to mark it and then set it up for another jutsu. It doesn't have to be a one shot, right? It could be part of a chain of different things. That's basically what I was looking for from the video and from the debate with Weeaboo, and I didn't find that, and so I found the argumentation disappointing. There's plenty of room to investigate it. I'm not saying this is my debunk and you can't talk about it and you're stupid or anything like that. I'm just saying like the homework wasn't done, and so there's nothing there to go off of. Kona says, chat, see me do some diabolical scaling. Kurama said Minato is the most powerful shinobi, ranking alongside Hashirama and Minato. Said Kushina is stronger. That is a pretty bold scaling, but I mean, that's part of the fun of it, right? It can be fun to come up with crazy things, like not even crazy. I don't mean crazy in like an insulting way, but like Noodles did a debate with V1 Batman V1 where he argued that Choji could beat up Gamabunta. Now, of course, all the arguments were wrong, in my opinion, but at the same time, it was a really interesting conversation, and really interesting topics were brought up, and you got to give him credit for just coming up with such a creative topic, right? Like, who the fuck is out there arguing for Choji versus Gamabunta? Only Noodles will come up with something like that. And so that's what I want. Like, I want more arguments like that. I want more, like, kind of cool, creative, unconventional matchups. I love it when people come up with creative shit like that, right? But then, if you're going to do that, you should also do it in good faith. And the arguments that you can bring should be based on like a fair assessment of the evidence, and then you shouldn't go after people and start harassing people and like, oh, I don't know, going into their discords with fake names and then like screaming at them and telling them like fuck your whole family and stuff like that when people immediately figure you out. You know, maybe do a little less of that stuff and focus more on the fucking topic at hand, just in my humble opinion. Kakuzu and all this says, I like Kakuzu because of the bread. Yeah, he does go after that paper. Konakun says Naruto Riz Gaara up. Yeah, there was a little spark between them, that's for sure. Pain eats Bijuu pumps for breakfast. Well, he does actually like get a Six Tails Naruto Bijuu pump to the face, pretty much, right? So that's maybe not entirely inaccurate. Although I don't know if he would take a full-on Bijuu bomb from the Jinchuriki in the war. That's potentially debatable. But he didn't seem bothered by the Six Tails one at all. And keeping in mind that the Four Tails Naruto Bijuu bomb got through the 3 Rashomon gates and like critically affected Orochimaru. Granted, Orochimaru's durability is like really weird, but still. Pain, hey Pain, how's it going? Love the love the character name, love the profile pic. Thank you very much for stopping by. Hope your weekend's going okay. Pain says the Chameleon Blitz Itachi, KCM Naruto B, so Chameleon is less than base Jiraiya. Did you mean to say over? I'm not sure. I do agree that the Chameleon was moving, like we were just talking about that recently, about how it was able to kind of outpace Naruto with his sensory ability. Naruto should have like Mito's sensory ability, which lets him see things through scaled sneak and lets him detect the white setsus that are impersonators. But he wasn't, he didn't manage to detect the chameleon summon, or Nagato inside the chameleon. So it does seem to me like the chameleon was able to at least perception blitz him, at least outpace him in that regard. Kakuzu and Holiday said, as stated before, the strategy isn't really to hit the chameleon, it can dodge just fine. Oh, I see what you're saying. Just the dust caused by the jutsu should go around the chameleon's body, and Pain not might even consider it. True. That's fair. That's an interesting strategy. Konakun says, even if Kakuzu's durability is multi-continental, he doesn't have the AP to beat Pain. Yeah, I don't think his durability is multi-continental at all. I mean, like, let me rephrase. It could be. It could very well be that he has some multi-continental durability, but I have not been convinced of that by any of the evidence that I've seen. I don't think there have been any arguments that have effectively proven that. So that's just my perspective. Konakun says, oh yeah, Osaria says, yeah, when people get all secret agents sneak into Discord servers and be all weird, like, it's like, dude, it's not that deep, or at least it shouldn't be. Please relax. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I guess for some people that's a form of entertainment, and as long as nobody's getting like hurt by it or harassed or anything like that, then it's not really my place to say who can and cannot indulge in that form of entertainment, as long as everybody's like aware and consenting to it. But when it gets to the point of like, yeah, invading other people's spaces and just trying to make them miserable, it's like, grow up, you know, there's better things you can do with your time. Pain says, put Jiraiya above KCM. Exactly, Chameleon, Blitz, KCM, Naruto. Interesting. But Jiraiya wasn't able to keep up with, wasn't able to detect the Chameleon. But then again, the Chameleon wasn't like trying to run away from from him, really. So I don't know. I think you might be onto something there, but I wouldn't. I'm very skeptical of putting Jiraiya above KCM, just because like when it seemed to me to be the case that Sage Mode Naruto is a like better sage than Jiraiya was, right? Isn't that the sort of narrative implication, even before we get into the scaling? And then he gets even stronger when he goes into KCM. Now, granted, like his Sage Mode is faster than KCM, but that being said, Naruto also gets stronger in base overall between like the Pain fight and when he starts fighting in the war. So I think there's a bit of blending, or what do you call it, like fuzziness around those power tiers there. So I'd be a little hesitant to do that. But if you have more elaboration on that, please feel free to continue with your scaling. Kakuzu and Holiday says, anyway, it upscales Kakuzu for sure since Kakashi fought Tendo. Maybe. I'm not seeing the connection there. You might be right. I'm just not seeing. I think I've lost track of the argument. Kona says the size of the Chibaku Tensei is inconsistent in some angles. Oh yeah, that we were talking about that before with scaling, right? Like you'd need to look at it from multiple different angles. It's really small, and in some angles you can literally see the curvature of the earth. Yeah, that makes sense. Are you talking about the one that they put what's her name in? Kaguya in, or are you talking about the one that Six Tails Naruto goes in? Either way, yeah, there's probably some inconsistencies. Saria says, yeah, Naruto is a perfect sage. Yeah, right. That makes sense. Because Jiraiya can't do it. Well, something I wonder about is, with Jiraiya getting Sage Chakra from Ma and Pa, given the fact that they are, like, obviously the best sages in the world at the time, right? Does that mean that he actually has access to more or better Sage Chakra than Naruto does? Actually, as I was saying that out loud, it didn't seem right, because at the end of the day, like, there's only so much chakra that Jiraiya himself can harbor, and he's not able to do it well enough to maintain Sage Mode on his own. So regardless of the quality of their Sage Chakra, he himself is probably not getting more than Naruto does later. So Fukasaku said Naruto surpassed his predecessors. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I appreciate the data point there. Pain says War Arc Naruto's clone is not in full power if you consider 13x nerf because Kurama taking Naruto's chakra. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, like, Naruto's obviously like splitting up his chakra amongst those different bodies, so that makes sense. Yeah. Nobody has summoning stronger than themselves, so even if the chameleon is KCM, so would Tendo Pain, and so would Kakashi in a sense, since he fought for quite some time versus him and Asura. It's possible. Let me read that again. Well, I wonder about that, because it seemed like maybe Manda could have pushed back against Orochimaru potentially, and if, like, let's say for whatever reason that Obito would not like Obito lost the ability to use genjutsu. Like obviously that wouldn't happen. But let's say he summoned the Nine Tails and then he just like lost genjutsu and couldn't control the Nine Tails that way. I don't think that he'd be able to beat the Nine Tails in a fight. You know, maybe somebody has an argument, but I don't know. I'd be very skeptical of that. A genius. I'm a genius. I remember almost every statement word to word. Yep. It's a very useful skill. But then, of course, your brain gets cluttered. But I'm going to go back to the video for a second. But yeah, I'm really appreciating the discussion. I think this is going really well.
The answer is no, because it's not the same mud wall. Kakashi got insanely stronger during the war arc, and this is evident by the fact he performs much better speed feats, such as fighting the V2 Jinchuriki that were blitzing KCM1 Naruto and Killer B, whereas before he was only relative to the base Naruto that was capable of fighting Tendo. His stamina also greatly improved as well, seeing as he can fight multiple days straight, spamming Kamui along the way, whereas before he can only use it a very select few times.
Okay, so this is something I want to talk about for a minute here. The relativity to base Naruto, like the statement before, like pain is only relevant to base Naruto, or relative to base Naruto, and Kakashi's only relative to Tendo. I think there's that's leaving out the fact that you know, yes, we can isolate individual instances where like, oh, Konohamaru defeated the Naraka path or whatever, but that's not directly transferable to a fight with Kakuzu, because we'd be talking about all 6 paths collaborating together, focusing on one target. So I don't feel the need to elaborate too much on that, because I don't think it's directly relevant. Konakun says, just want to say thanks, John, and thanks, Chad. I feel better now. Yeah, absolutely. I'm again like hang in there, take care of yourself, be kind to yourself, and just give yourself some time and some space. And hopefully things will feel better soon. Kakuzu and Holidays and Pain, I like the back and forth. I'm gonna kind of let you guys keep cooking, keep up with the arguments, but yeah, keep up the conversation. That's cool to see. So what I'm more interested in dealing with here, with this conversation about Kakashi, is because this comes up twice in the video, the idea that Kakashi's mud wall. First of all, I don't even think we really need to discuss the mud wall. I personally would never use that as part of the scaling, because I think there's a much better way to put it into the overall context of durability in the series in the first place. But let's just play along for now, okay? Kakashi, the argument is made that Kakashi is massively stronger, has way more chakra during the war, and part of the reason why this is being stated is because he's spamming Kamui, like for fighting multiple days consecutively, spamming Kamui, whereas before he could only use it a couple of times. And I want to talk about why I find that really really annoying, because on the one hand, the notion that he fights for multiple days is tenuous at best. The war takes place over 2 days, but there is a break between the first day and the second day. When nighttime comes, there's an interval, and people kind of take a break and go like heal, recuperate, rest, whatever it is. On the first day, Kakashi's, as far as I could find, I reread this recently, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I could not find a single instance of Kakashi using a Kamui during the first day of the fight. Right? He uses Raikiri, he uses other things, but the Kamui specifically, no. Kakashi does, however, actually get damaged by Zabuza slashing him across his chest, and it's a pretty significant injury because he's just like bleeding out while he's fighting them, right? So kind of a big deal. Now, the important thing to note is that by the time we get to the second day, we no longer see that gash across his chest. I believe Sakura is also here as part of this platoon, and even if she's not physically present the entire time, there is a core of medical ninja that are nearby, and so when the first day ends and the fighting is over, there's a break, and then we go from that. Here's Kakuzu hanging out. We go from that to the second day, When Kakashi shows up on the second day, his jacket is fixed, or he's got a new jacket, and he no longer has that gash of blood on his chest, right? So here's the end of the second day. By the way, this is chapter 537 if anybody wants to go check. And the previous first day stuff we were talking about before was 524. So here's the end of the first day. And it says here explicitly, nightfall brings the uneasy calm before the storm, and the fourth great ninja war moves into the next stage of battle. So there's a break, right? And then now, this is chapter 539, and I think this is when the fighting starts to transition to the next day. So this is a nearby medical corps. All of these tents are full of people who are administering medical supplies, healing, including Shizune, who is here like resuscitating people. Okay. Sakura is here as well. Sakura was in Kakashi's platoon, if I remember correctly. And so there's ample opportunity for Kakashi to have gotten healed between like day 1 and day 2. And I think this is reinforced by the fact that the next time we see Kakashi fighting the same like foes that he had before is when Naruto shows up. And we see that Kakashi is, it's kind of, you can kind of see it here, but it's easier to see in the next panel. Kakashi's jacket is fixed. Kakashi doesn't have any blood across his chest, right? So highly likely that Kakashi rested between day 1 and day 2 and got healed and got some chakra back at the very least. So that's being said, let's talk about what Kakashi does on day 2. Like, how many times does he actually use Kamui? When does he start using Kamui, etc., etc.? So I think this is out of order. Yeah, let's go back here. I think the first time we see him actually use it is in chapter 571, and he activates his Mangekyo to blast away the Bijuu bombs. There might be one other instance that I had written down. I want to make sure I'm not forgetting about anything. It's worth noting also here that Guy and Kakashi are inside Kurama's chakra. Okay? So we're going to talk about the other that other thing in a second, but just like keep in mind that they're inside Kurama's chakra when Naruto's in KCM 2. Here Kakashi tries to use the Kamui to blast away the head of the and I promise I'm going somewhere with this, by the way. Like, this is all building to something. So yeah, okay, so this is the first time that Kakashi uses the Kamui. He uses it in chapter 595, and this is on day 2, right? At least the first time we see. And he uses it specifically on, was it the head of the Ghetto Mazo the first time? Let me see. Yeah, here we go. I think I put enough chakra into this. So he puts a whole bunch of chakra into it. But granted, this is a big one. Uses it on the Ghetto Mazo and tries to blast its head off, but it doesn't work. And after using that just once, now granted, he's also used a clone. He's also used Raikiri and stuff like that, like the lightning cable and all that. But he's already like panting and sweating and stuff. So clearly that one use of it took a lot out of him. Here he uses the Raikiri and then combines it with the Kamui. So he uses it a second time, and it is effective, but his eye is already starting to show strain. You can see like the veins kind of being more emphasized. And then pretty soon after this, after using it, I think a total of 5 or 6 times, Kakashi manages to like keep going, but he starts to like fall over and he needs support from Guy. I think this is the last one that I wanted to look at. Yeah, here we go. So here he tries to use the Kamui again, not mess up the timing. And I think it's right after here that he starts to like fall down and start to need support. Yeah, here we go, right? So at this point, he's used it like 5 or 6 times at most, and he's fallen down and he's exhausted and his fucking eye is bleeding, right? So he's basically like exhausted at that point. He does manage to get up and keep fighting a little bit after this, because obviously, you know, he uses his lightning blade, and we'll come back to this too, right? He manages to use his lightning blade and to get back up after Obito slashes him to the chest. But in between this, at some point in between, he has that moment where he steps inside Naruto's chakra. He then also gets powered up later by Naruto's, like he steps inside the KCM2 chakra. So all of this is just to say that the argument was being presented that the mud wall, which we don't even really need, but but the mud wall was being it could be much much stronger in the war, which maybe it could, but the evidence being presented for that is that Kakashi had way more stamina in the war because he was spamming Kamui, fighting for multiple days on end. And the reality of the matter is that Kakashi fights for 1 day without using Kamui, as far as we know, and then has a break, and then he fights the second day and uses Kamui a few times, but then gets inside Kurama's chakra, which could very well either heal or restore him or give him some chakra. Then he uses it some more, but then gets the KCM2 restoration when he gets the KCM2 cloak, right? And so the idea, how can I say? The reason why I wanted to take the time to go through all that, I know it's probably a little annoying to just go through every single scan or whatever, but the reason why I want to talk about it, yeah, here we go. So in chapter 617, this is when Kakashi gets the cloak. Oh, there's another moment too when Kurama like pats him on the back and gives him chakra before throwing him at Obito. Yeah, when Naruto sends him, I don't have the scan for that, but when Naruto sends him into the Kamui dimension, like Kurama taps him on the back and gives him chakra and like sends him in, right? So yeah, here we go. Maybe I do actually have the scan for that right here. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So this is in chapter 609. Kurama says, "Let me handle this." Kakashi, brat, give me your hand. He grabs Kakashi. Kakashi goes like, huh? And then he gets thrown in. And then he gets pulled in. And so now Kakashi has this punch that he's doing inside, which is enough to generate blood from Obito, by the way. And I can give or take voluntarily, chakra voluntarily at will. I'll show you the trick doing it later, is what Kurama says. And then Naruto says, but when did you do it? When I grabbed Kakashi's hand in order to throw him. So then, yep, whenever he wants to, he can use Kamui to come out. So Kurama probably gave Kakashi some chakra when Kakashi was inside his like bubble KCM2 avatar thing. And then he definitely got chakra when Kurama touched him later. So again, the whole point of me bringing up all this and going through all this is that when you're approaching something like this, largely speaking, there's two sides of the spectrum, two different ways that you can approach it. One is you can say like, Kakashi was just way stronger in the war arc. Kakashi was so much stronger. I mean, he was just like spamming Kamui all over the place. He used Kamui like so many times, and like beforehand he didn't use Kamui like at all, and he used it a lot more later. Or you could actually say like, okay, let's go through and see how many times Kakashi used it, what the other circumstances were, what else was going on. And one of them is, you know, easy and fun, funny, entertaining perhaps. The other is more boring, more laborious, lengthy perhaps. But at the end of the day, one of them, in my experience, my opinion, one of them is going to be much more likely to give you an accurate assessment of what's actually going on, of how these characters work, of the dynamics of the fight, of just the story surrounding them. So at the end of the day, if Noodles or anybody in chat or anybody else happens to believe that the mud walls are multi-continental or whatever else, that's fine. You know, you can believe that, and I don't even really need to argue that much about it. But saying that, like, completely misrepresenting the way that Kakashi fights throughout the war, I think is just unfair to Kakashi. I think it's unfair to him as a character. I also think that saying that he spams Kamui when every single time he uses Kamui is a deliberate choice where he's actively trying to use it in a tactically beneficial way is also an insult to his intelligence and to his like skill as a ninja. He's not spamming it. He's not just like constantly using it for no reason. He's using it in very decisive and particular ways. So that seems to be kind of insulting to Kakashi as well. And finally, and I see your lovely comments in chat. I will get to them, I promise. The last thing that I will mention for the time being is just that here, Kakashi, which Noodles did not bring this up, Kakashi pierces through this shuriken. Now remember, this is the shuriken that was the same kind of shuriken that was thrown at the Eight Tails and pierced through the Eight Tails. And so the argument was being that like this shuriken here must be above Bijuu level since it pierced through the Eight Tails, and potentially even you know, Eight Tails Bijuu Bomb level, because the Eight Tails Bijuu Bomb hurt Gyuki, but he withstood it. But this actually managed to slice through his flesh. So by Noodle's own argumentation, this Kamui, not Kamui, excuse me, this Shuriken over here is like above Bijuu level. And here we have Kakashi slicing through it with a Raikiri, which means that even though Kakashi is like extremely fucking tired and wounded and like panting and like nearly on death's door over here, like way far away from full chakra, he's still able to slice through this Bijuu level Shuriken, which means that if you go based on the scaling of like the principle that if you can perform a physical attack, then that physical attack, then your body must also be durable enough to withstand the counterforce of the attack. Then Kakashi's counterforce over here on his hand, the amount of force being applied to his hand, is also above Bijuu level, which means that when he clashes with Pain's basic Shinra Tensei, and Pain's basic Shinra Tensei blows Kakashi the fuck back and like negates, not nullifies, but like pushes back the Raikiri as well, that Pain's Shinra Tensei, the basic one, the little dinky ones that he uses on like Choza, let alone the ones that blow away the whole village, are also like Eight Tails Bijuu Bomb level, and that Kakashi's own durability is also superior to Eight Tails Bijuu Bomb level because he withstands it. And so now all of a sudden you get all of these like really weird, really kind of goofy implications of how all these jutsu scale to each other, and it's probably just better to just look at them in context and just accept that there's non-linear, like non-interchangeable, non-symmetrical ways of scaling these different objects and characters and abilities. And if you just like take the time to actually look through them in context, you get such a better picture of how everything is. Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Appreciate it. I'm going to go and read comments now. I'm sorry for ignoring them. I just kind of got like, I wanted to like kind of lock in for a second and focus through some of this stuff, but I will catch up. So I see Kakuzu and Holidays and Pain talking about the Pain scaling below the dog. That's okay. Oh yeah, the thanks from Konakun. Kakuzu and Holidays says, I state overall Tendo beat the dog. Yeah, probably. Well, he can, if it was a one-on-one between Tendo and the dog, he would blow the dog back. I don't know if he could kill it with the Shinra Tensei or anything. Looks like you two were able to find some resolution about that. That's great. Appreciate the conversation. Konakun says, I absolutely hate when power scalers cherry pick feats and statements because they want their favorite character to win. This happens, unfortunately, quite a bit. It can be very annoying. Pain says, a story introduced chakra pills but never used them to fill a plot hole, like Kakashi's insane chakra boost. Yeah, that's, I kind of wish that they had continued to use chakra pills and tools like that, because it made things feel a little bit more grounded. It made it feel like characters were able to boost themselves to superhuman levels, but it was always with some sort of risk or some sort of like pushing themselves beyond their normal capabilities. So, you know, like Kabuto using one in part 1 to heal during the Tsunade encounter was kind of a cool moment. Choji, obviously. But then they just kind of fell off by the wayside. They're hardly ever mentioned again. Mr. Narrative. Hey, Mr. Narrative. It's good to see you. I feel like I haven't seen you in a little bit. How's everything going? How's your weekend going? Konakun says, do you support the Kushina agenda? As for me, I completely support it. Maybe. I'm starting to be converted, but I'm still a little skeptical. Invincible is just a word. Yeah. Oh, Invincible's it's a comic book, yes. I don't find it annoying. I think it's important. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. You're making sure you're understood, so nothing you say can be misconstrued in any way, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I would rather you break it down. Thanks. I really do appreciate that. And yeah, like, if I think I've said this before, but just to be clear, if I spend an entire stream like listing out information, and then you think everything I say is wrong, and then you Saria, but also more just like you in general, whoever's listening to this, goes and makes a video proving me wrong, and you feel like you were able to use the information that I presented, like made public, to construct something of your own, then that's what I want. Like, that's a quote-unquote victory condition for me. Not that it's a competition, but like, then if you can find issues or problems with the things that I'm saying and you can bring that to my attention, I have a chance to read through that and to understand it, then I can get better too, right? So that's the idea here. Even when I get like spicy, even when I get worked up or whatever, at the end of the day, like, the whole point is just to mutually develop a better understanding for the material. Um, Konakun says, I might have said this already, but the reason Kakashi got stronger was because his mental nerve was removed after he talked with his father. You think he was mentally nerfed all throughout the pain fight? I haven't heard that take before. Um, Intuitively, I'm pretty skeptical about that, but I'd be curious to hear you say more about it. Dr. Pest says this moment was funny to me. Kuramo's making a good strategy, even though it seems to sell Kakashi short. Yeah, exactly. I think he kind of delights in being able to troll people a little bit. Only for Kakashi not to take advantage of the opportunity to hit Obito in the other dimension. Yep, it's kind of funny. Kurama's a bit of a troll. Kakuzu Holiday says false darkness is Bijuu level. Maybe, probably. That so we talked more about the we talked about the Kakashi. What the fuck was it called? The Raikiri. In a previous stream, and I'm gonna have more thoughts about the Raikiri for now. But I guess like Bijuu level is a term that just kind of has gotten thrown around in this video quite a bit, and so I'm a little skeptical about what exactly it means. But maybe if you can prove it, then that's great. We'll start this Bijuu level again. So Pain is asking about Genjutsu. I was talking to Kakuzu and Holidays. I'm curious what kind of Genjutsu you're wondering about. I don't think Nagato has any Genjutsu. I do think I have an argument for why he has Genjutsu resistance. He has one technique that I think might be listed as Genjutsu in the data books, which is when he... So you remember when Itachi and Kisame use the bodies of other people as clones to fight at 30% against like Team Guy and Kakashi and Naruto and all them? I think, but I'm not sure, that the databook lists it as a genjutsu, where they're controlling, that requires the sacrifice of the body. But that might not be the case. It might actually be a Geto ability or something like that of the Rinnegan, so I'm not sure. Otherwise, I don't know if Nagato himself has any genjutsu abilities that we ever see, which is interesting. The Rinnegan isn't like genjutsu oriented, as far as I know. Chad, I just realized you're mental nerf right now. Well, I can understand why you would be, considering everything. Kakuzu says, no, Kakuzu's lightning mask equals 1 Raikiri for each lightning spear. Yes, but I don't want to jump ahead. I think there's going to be a section on that later in the video. I will say that, what Kakashi is doing here with the Raikiri is very different from what Kakashi is doing when he catches the false darknesses. If you want to say that the amount of lightning chakra in Kakashi's hands at that point is equivalent, and that 1 false darkness is equivalent to 2 Kakashi lightning Raikiri, the amount of energy he's put in his hands, I would agree with that. I think it's also important to note that part of the power of the Raikiri comes from Kakashi's dashing forward, and also his, well, if he does dash, doesn't always dash, but if he does dash, that contributes to it. And then if he thrusts forward with his shoulder and arm and body like that, that's also contributing to the amount of power that goes behind it. And that's not something we really see him do against false darkness. So not to downplay Kakuzu's jutsu, but just to kind of be clear that the total, it's not necessarily like this, or when Kakashi does this to the Asura path, it's not necessarily directly interchangeable with what he does blocking Kakuzu's jutsu, because of the way that he's using his Raikiri, if that makes sense. Funny, Kakuzu's lightning spear and Kakashi's a blade. Yeah, spear versus blade. To your credit, I think the third data book does describe it as being like a sharp spear that punctures things. Dr. Pest says, wait, Kakuzu's right on attack isn't called False Darkness or something like that. Yeah, it's called False Darkness. That's the lightning attack. It's a bit of a weird name. I think I've been wondering about like why that is, and I think the idea is that the attack is just so bright that it creates a blinding light that then casts everything around it into shadow, aka False Darkness. But that's just my best guess. Also, Pain was the one who figured out that the Kamui time limit with the Rainmaker Jutsu, since he can sense every raindrop. Pain figured out the Kamui time limit? I thought that like Conan was like running simulations or something like that to try to figure it out. It'd be cool if Pain got credit for that too. I hate when people say you can counter Obito's ability like Kakashi did, says Pain. But in FLS, Kakashi sends both Fu and Torune, but they never attack Sasuke or Kirin. Oh, you mean... Let me read that again. I hate when people say you can counter Obito's ability like Kakashi did. Yeah, so he sends Fu and Torune into his Kamui dimension, but I'm pretty sure they were under Genjutsu at the time, right? Because when he takes them out for Kabuto to give them the demonstration of the Edo Tensei, they're just kind of like hanging out there, like not saying or doing anything. And then I think he releases the Genjutsu on one of them, and then he kind of becomes aware, or no, like he just like walks up behind one of them and like breaks their neck, right? And the other one just kind of sits there the whole time. So I think the implication there is that they were both under Genjutsu until the Edo Tensei is performed. It is Dr. Pesco. Why Obito needs to stay intangible for 5 minutes, Rain. Pain, I don't know if you're in Sage of Thick Calves Discord, but he was saying the other day, maybe he has a video on this actually, that his interpretation anyway, hopefully I'm quoting correctly, is that Obito, like, it's not that like he turns on Kamui and then he has a 5-minute time limit and then he has to turn it off. It's more that like he can only continually shift for a total of 5 minutes, and then once he's gone through that, then he needs to recharge. So basically, like, he could be in a fight and then spend 5 seconds having to shift through things, and then like a minute goes by, and then 5 more seconds shifting through things, and he wouldn't have consumed like 1 minute and 10 seconds of his total timer. He only would have consumed 10 seconds of his total timer, something like that, right? I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but hopefully that's helpful. Okay, so I need to take a quick bathroom break, 5-minute time limit. And when I come back, we'll talk some more. I think we might actually jump into scaling because, you know, the term multi-continental Bijuu bomb and stuff has come up before. So I want to take a quick look at some scaling that Noodles provided in the video and see where that goes. This might be a good time for a timestamp as well. So yeah, I will be right back. Thanks for your patience. Feel free to take a little break as well. Grab a drink or something, and I'll be back soon. Okay, we're back. So, I think let's take a look at some scaling, and I'm gonna take a a moment and put the time code down here. Right. So I keep saying scaling. I mean to say calcs. Look at some calcs. So here's the thing. I'm sure you guys have heard the term multi-continental come up here before, multi-continental Bijuu bombs and stuff like that, and that characters have multi-continental durability, etc., 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 right? So for the purposes of this video in particular, I want to just pretend for a second that I am a person who has yeah, a minute ago we heard him say something along the lines of, yeah, right here, right? Let's listen to this real quick.
Clearly stronger and more durable than all of them. The only feats the animal insanely powerful giant monsters that can emit multi-continental blasts from their mouths.
Okay, so, and then he's repeats it again somewhere around here where, like, the claim being made is that individual Bijuu / Jinchuriki can emit multi-continental blasts from their mouths. So if you're not familiar with the term multi-continental, it basically means that, like, in power scaling, we want to identify what tiers of power there are. And if you can say that a character fits within a certain tier, then that means at minimum they can output X, Y, or Z amount of force. So if you say that somebody is mountain level, obviously mountains can vary greatly in their size and composition and stuff like that. So what does that even mean? Well, it means that somewhere in some power scaling community, oftentimes Versus Battles wiki or character stats and profiles wiki, someplace like that, people decided, well, let's take an example mountain. Let's come up with a standard mountain of a standard size, and then we just agree that if a character can blow up a mountain that is at least that big, then they are at least mountain level. And so multi-continental, again, like continents vary in size and shape and composition. Something that's multi-continental just means that the power scaling community decided that we're going to consider a land mass this big or an object this big as a multi-continent, essentially. And then anything that can blow apart that thing is multi-continental. And conversely, like, if you find a character who can output a multi-continental attack, and you find another character who can block and defeat that multi-continental attack, then the blocker has multi-continental durability at minimum. So, that being said, to recap, the claim here is that the Bijuu bombs, the standard Bijuu bombs, and if you don't remember, this is the scene in which the Bijuu each individually are firing a Bijuu bomb versus Naruto. I think we actually have it up here somewhere. If not, it would be easy to find, and it's probably good to just have it on panel. We don't need this one anymore. It's when all of the Jinchuriki are going up against Naruto, and they're all charging up the individual Bijuu bombs. This is later, and yeah, it's right before this, right? This is, for anybody interested, this is chapter 571, and here all the individual Bijuu are charging up their blast 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Naruto knocks them away with his KCM2 tails. They all go flying, careening off into the mountains, and they explode. So the idea here is that this is a multi-continental series of attacks. Each one of these is multi-continental. So we're going to evaluate whether or not that's true based on the information we're provided. Let me just catch up on chat really quick. See some good discussion over here. Obito appeared directly with pain. Rain touched Obito. He's sweating. I wonder if he really is sweating there, or if it's just the rain. We can use Kamui to travel while running through rain. That makes sense. Pain and referring to the path that Obito can appear in places with roofs. Then he would leave. Okay. Terms like Kage level and Bijuu level don't exist because Chojuro and Naruto are both Kage level, and Shikaku and Kurama. Oh yeah, like those. Again, just like mountain level or whatever. I think that those terms are intended to help identify the minimum power that a character can demonstrably show, if that makes sense, right? So, like, in order to be a Kage in Naruto, you have to at least be a certain level of power, but that doesn't mean that every single Kage is the same level of power. Same thing with the Sannin, right? I mean, there's arguments that I think there's statements in a data book or something that the Sannin are all equivalent in power overall, but it could be a rock, paper, scissors thing where, again, like, they don't have to all literally have the same durability and output. They're just overall equivalent fighters, right? So, X, Y, or Z level is intended to demonstrate a tier as opposed to like a specific amount of power, if that makes sense. Pain was one who felt the rain, not Konan, who died he could feel water, the water of the rain. Long story short, it's 2 a.m. in the night in my country and don't know what to say. Oh, that's totally fine. We can also just like kind of, yeah, not everything has to be like a provable argument. We can just kind of have fun with things. And do try to get some sleep though, seriously. If you're having fun and you want to stay up, that's totally fine. But also, get some sleep. Okay, so let's just say I don't know anything about power scaling. I don't know anything about what multi-continental or any of that shit means. And I find this video because I like Kakuzu, I like Pain, I like Naruto, and I want to learn more about it. At some point in the video, Noodles does say, hey, there are links to the calculations in the description, like right here, right? So we're at 2730. Here we go.
Shinra Tensei was calced at around 80 gigatons or ion level plus, whereas a standard Bijuu bomb has shown to generate 27 million gigatons of TNT or multi-continental levels of force.
Okay, so again, I'm at the middle of the video. Yeah, it only took 3 fucking months to get there. But thank you for cheering me on. So this is the same clip, obviously, as we were looking at back here, and the idea is, like he explicitly said, that standard Bijuu bombs, just so there's no ambiguity or it doesn't seem like I've missed something, his own words, standard Bijuu bombs have been calculated at multi-continental levels of force. Let's see if that holds up. He says the calcs links are in the description. So I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to close all the links that I had before, right? Just start from scratch, and we're going to look at the calcs. The first calc is Chibaku Tensei calc. Okay, opening that in a new tab. The second is Bijuu Bomb calc and Bijuu Bomb calc. Notice that it doesn't look like we actually have a Shinra Tensei calc. Okay, so keep that in mind for later. But that being said, let's take a look at this first one. So this is for the Chibaku Tensei. Okay, this is from a user called Damage. Damage2345. I'll just call him Damage. Now, again, assume that we know nothing about power scaling or anything. We're just trying to look at this for the evidence, right? Going through this all seems to be, we've talked about this on stream before, this all seems to basically be reasonable. Even if you dispute the math, even if you don't entirely agree, this guy is basically going through, I guess I shouldn't assume gender, like this person is going through and looking at multiple different angles, camera angles, perspectives, whatever, and trying to slowly build up an idea of how big the Chibaku Tensei is based on the accumulation of all of those things. Again, you can dispute that if you want to, but it seems to be that there's at least some earnest and like effort to try to figure out how big everything is, like trying to find the size of the Rasen Shuriken by comparing it to like the size of Pain's eye, etc., etc. Okay, in the bottom of, since this is a community page, it's like a wiki based page, right? You can go down to the bottom and you can look at the comments that people have left, and I believe that there are people like Ant Vasima. I've seen him or seen them kind of comment on a few things before, so people can comment and they can evaluate whether or not they think the calculation is valid. And Damage is saying that he kind of sees some of the problems, agrees with the perspective. It seems like some other people are saying that it looks good, some people are not, and then there's a discussion going on. Okay, so you don't have to believe this 100%. You don't have to just like swallow this and accept it at face value, but it seems like there's a good amount of work that's been done here. So Damage, to me, as a naive user who doesn't know anything about any of this, Damage seems to not only have done a lot of work to demonstrate this stuff to be true, but also to have engaged in good faith with other members of the community to try and figure this out. So this is for the Chibaku Tensei size specifically. Okay, so we're now going to move on to other scaling that's been provided. Let me catch up here real quick. This is worse than Virtue's wrinkle scaling. What's the wrinkle scaling? I've never heard of that before. Is that for the Pokemon? Or no, that's something else. I think was it Nairobi that actually we're going to talk about in a second, who did a bunch of Pokemon scaling? I might be thinking of that. Saria says, I've been listening this whole time, just chiming in to say I'm still here, just cooking dinner. Oh, awesome, cool. I wanted to say I do wish people would take in blunt force versus cutting when it comes to durability. Yeah, it's very, very different, right? Especially since people wind up talking about physics in terms of, like light speed and stuff like that. And they bring in terms like hyperspace when talking about Kaguya, and start talking about galaxy calculations and whatnot. That should extend to basic things like puncture versus bludgeoning damage, right? Konakun says Calcs are still headcanon Shoji, aka me. Yeah, I'd be interested in having a longer discussion about like the relevance of Calcs and how to use them. Noodles scaling, not yours, by the way. Yeah, I haven't done my own calcs, like math calcs. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to be honest, but yeah, no big deal. Virtue says, Virtue uses numbers, says Kunakun, of wrinkles in Hiruzen's face to scale him. Oh, okay. Like to scale his age? Oh, I think I might have seen that recently. Yeah, was that in his collab video with Sage? Where he was just saying like Hiruzen is older. I mean, that's kind of funny, right? That's kind of like if you can try to provide some kind of mathematical estimate as to how old somebody is correlated with their wrinkles. Not crazy or anything. Okay, so that being said, pretty decent calc as far as I can tell on the Chibaku Tensei, right? Now, let's go to the next one. This is the first one that was provided for Bijuu Bomb calcs. Now, keeping in mind, again, that the idea here is that Bijuu bombs are multi-continental, okay? So this is from a user that I think some people here might know. I think we might even be in the same server, called Nairobi. And keeping in mind that this was submitted in 2020, so I'm not going to assume that they necessarily still stand by this or whatever. I'm just going to evaluate this again as somebody who doesn't know anything about the community, and this is just like I'm looking at it at face value, right? So Nairobi's calc here. Nairobi is calcing. I'm just going to say they because I don't want to assume people's gender. They say they have a problem with several calculations they've seen for Naruto calcs that randomly heavily downplay the size of mountains. Okay, the average mountain height is 3609 meters. I'll be replacing the values and compiling the results here. Bijuu Bomb calcs. Okay, so these are the actual calcs. Now, Nai, I'll say Nai for short. Hopefully that's okay. Nai says, this is what I will be recalcing. Let's look. So Nai is actually recalcing something that Damage did. Now, we already read something from Damage. Damage seems to have their shit together. Let's see what Damage says about the Bijuu Bomb calculations. So the first that they're doing is they're calcing this. Oh, this is what we were talking about. This is the individual Bijuu Bomb calcs, right? Okay. So their calc is based on the idea that an average mountain, a mountain level mountain, is 609 meters. Now, Damage is using the average size of a mountain rather than measuring the mountain actually on the panel. So that's something I would like raise a question mark about. I feel like the best way to do this is rather than just inserting like what we've decided upon as the average size of a mountain, like let's get some scaling as to what this actual mountain is, because otherwise it's just based off of like a best vague guess, and it's much more accurate if we can actually get the real size of the mountain. So that's what I would say as to like starting off. That's the first question I have, and I think Nairobi might have also been skeptical of this, which is why they decided to raise the value of the mountain from Damage's suggestion of 609 to 3609. So to summarize all that, Damage did a calc, and they assumed that a mountain was 609 meters tall. They looked at these mountains over here. They said, if this is 609 meters tall, then we can use that to figure out the size of these individual Bijuu bombs, and then we can kind of go from there, right? So that being said, Damage does the calc over here. Here's the math. You can take a look at it, and decides that the individual Bijuu bombs are island level. Now, island level, if you're not familiar, is significantly below multi-continental. I think it goes like island level, then small country, then small continent, then multi-continent, something like that, right? So their calculation, their determination was that an individual Bijuu bomb was scaled to be, using this value here, 609, scaled to be island level, 26 gigatons. Now, as for this over here, they did another calculation here. Let's see what this is. So this calculation is for the 10 tails Bijuu bomb. You can see the 10 tails over here, and this is the Bijuu bomb that's fired by the 10 tails. But they also use the crater. I think this is, well, let's just see what they say. Since we can see the former craters in the same panel as the larger crater made by Naruto Sengyuki's charged Bijuu bomb, we can use them as a reference for scaling how large the crater is. So they're not actually using the 10 tails Bijuu bomb. They're just using, this is the crater of Naruto and Naruto and Killer Bee's combined Bijuu bomb. So if you look all the way over here on the right, you can see here are the individual single Bijuu bomb craters, and then here's the one that Naruto and Bee did together. So obviously theirs is like way bigger than any of the individual ones over here. Okay, so now what damage is going to do is damage is going to calc the size of that combined crater. Okay, goes through the calcs, volume and destruction, and notice that he also provides, or they also provide, different levels of calcs, like a low ball and a high ball. So what the determination here is that the individual Bijuu bombs are island level, the combined Bijuu bombs are island level on the low end, assuming that they pulverize things as opposed to vaporizing things, keeping in mind vaporization involves more energy. And the higher level, if we assume vaporization, is small country level. So according to Damage here, who did the very nice Chibaku Tensei calc before that Noodles himself referenced, according to Damage, the Bijuu bombs individually are island level, and the Bijuu bombs combined, Kurama Gyuki, are small country level. Nowhere in any of this does anybody say anything about multi-continental. And I will respond to chat in just a second. But just to put a pin in this particular thread, and then there's one more thing we got to look at. Now let's go back to Nairobi's calc. Nairobi is recalcing this. So Nairobi is responding to this stuff here and is saying, I disagree with the fundamental premise here that the mountains should be 609. I think that 609 is way too low and it should be 3609. Now, not calling out Nairobi here, but it's worth noting that they listed the average mountain height as 3609. So they're still not actually calculating the size of the mountain on the panel. They're just using some generally agreed upon average mountain height, and they're contesting that. If you click on this, the average mountain height, unfortunately, all we're kind of presented with as naive users here is just a list of numbers. And these could be accurate. These could be 100% reflective of reality, you know, but we have no context whatsoever as to where these numbers are coming from and whether they are actually reflective of real world mountains or mountains in Naruto. Like, are these mountains that have been calculated in manga? Are they mountains that are coming from real life? How do they actually compare to the mountains that are in Naruto? Are they height above sea level or from the base of the mountain? What is this, like, radius of the mountain, or like the conical shape of the mountain? How does it actually compare, etc.? We have nothing to go off of with this information unless we have some sort of insider information that we're not being presented with here. Okay, so now Nairobi is going to use that changed math value to recalculate this. We already talked about that. And if we go through, Nairobi's conclusion is that even though he's inflating changing the value from 609 to 3609, so adding 3 kilometers on top of the height of the mountain, their determination is that it's small country level. The individual Bijuu bombs are small country level. Their determination is that the low end of the combined Bijuu bomb is large country level. And if we go to a high level and assume vaporization, then we get this term multi-continental. So what Nairobi has come to the conclusion of is that by using this higher value, we get a value of multi-continental for the combined Bijuu bomb, right? For Kurama and Naruto's combined Bijuu bomb, not for the individual ones, which are way smaller. So nowhere here, as far as I can tell, unless I'm losing my mind, does Nairobi come to the conclusion that individual single Bijuu bombs fired by the Bijuu are multi-continental. Now, the other link, and we're almost done, the other link here leads to this by somebody that you might have also heard of, called Webcam Parrot, friend of the channel. We've talked about Parrot before. My first video was a review of Parrot's Debate with Swag. And Parrot here is calcing the combined Bijuu bomb of B and Naruto, which we just talked about, right? And nowhere in here, as far as I can see, does it demonstrate that he is doing a calc of the individual Bijuu bombs, just the combined Bijuu bomb. So he comes to the conclusion that the combined Bijuu bomb is multi-continental. So, to summarize all that, we were told that individual Bijuu bombs are multi-continental. We were given evidence, and the evidence was these links. The first link that we went to was by somebody who was doing, like, redoing somebody else's work. The somebody else's work, damage, never clocked them at multi-continental. Even the redo of that other person's work that Nairobi did, the adjustment or like peer review, if you want to call it that, did not clock them at multi-continental. Then this other person, Webcam Parrot, who had another calc, also didn't put them at multi-continental. Now, before I finish this, there's one more thing I want to mention, is that at the bottom of, I think this is the Webcam Parrot calc, right? No, this is the damage calc. So at the bottom of the damages calc, we have a bunch of people discussing the calc and going over it and asking for evaluations. Now they mentioned that there are other calcs here. So there's Javando and there's Rocker, and these two people have already done calcs. Let's take a look at these. Here's a calc that again has some pixel scaling, has some calcs, has an assumption of the height of a mountain. This is kind of validating Nairobi's thing, right? It's kind of close to 3,600 for the size of the mountain. And if we go through and look at these calcs, you can evaluate them, you can discuss them. We have Bijuu mode Naruto, small country, large island. We have some discussion over here, some clarification. Let's take a look at this other calc, right? Here, individual Bijuu bombs, using Madatabi's height, using Gyuki's height, using the size of the crater, down, 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 all the calcs, etc. These valuations over here, high 7A and high 6C. Well, what does that mean? If you're not familiar with this terminology, let's just go and look at the tiering system and see what this even means. High 7A is mountain level, high 6C is island level, country level, okay? Multi-continent level doesn't get till high 6A. And what did this person say? High 6C. So let's see what high 6C is. Just to be thorough. Yeah, why am I not finding it? High 1A. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. I apologize. High 6C. Large island level. Okay. So, we've been over 4 or 5 different calcs. 2 of those calcs were from people that are either directly credited on this video at the start of the video or at the end in the credits section. Or, yeah, let's just jump here, right? Look at this. Researchers Nate and Nairobi. Right, so, oh, and I see a friend of the channel here too. Nice to see you getting some representation. So, this Nairobi person was directly credited with this video, here and here. Webcam Parrot was also credited at the beginning as being, it was like Noodles saying that he and Webcam Parrot were the people who started like the debates and started this line of inquiry, so to speak, about Kakuzu in the first place. Like, they're the Kakuzu people, right? And yet, none of the calcs that have been provided to us does anyone ever say, including the other people that weren't even mentioned, like their work wasn't even brought up, does anybody ever say that the individual Bijuu bombs are multi-continental? Like, never once. And so, it actually kind of makes these people look stupid, right? Like, if these people, whoever they are, I don't know who this is, Webcam Parrot, I don't know who this other person is, Nairobi, put in all this effort to try to come up with these calcs. Their claims is, they are claiming that the higher level Bijuu bombs are multi-continental. Noodles is misconstruing that and pretending that what they said was that the smaller Bijuu bombs are multi-continental. He's referencing the work of his own friends and collaborators, misconstruing what they said, misrepresenting their calcs, their math, their work, and trying to pass it off as multi-continental individual Bijuu bombs. Now, For all I know, all of the people here could actually, currently today, all agree that the individual Bijuu bombs are actually multi-continental. The individual Bijuu bombs could actually be provably, mathematically, scientifically multi-continental. And this is all a big misunderstanding, right? This is all just an unfortunate coincidence. But for somebody who doesn't know anything about this, who's just coming into this video and trying to be like give an honest assessment and learn about Kakuzu versus Pain, what's happening is we're getting information presented that is, we're being told one thing and then the reality is another. And not only that, we're being told one thing based on the works of other people, and the works of those other people is being misrepresented in such a way as to make those people seem dumb, right? Like, oh, Parrot said that those little bombs are multi-continental. I didn't say that. It's not my argument. A calc was done. They have been calced. Someone has calced them at multi-continental. Nairobi calced them at multi-continental. Parrot calced them at multi-continental. Some other people, somebody called Damage, calced them at multi-continental. Not me, right? And then it's kind of up to you as a viewer to go and fact check that and go and see if the work is being represented correctly. So I have to admit some humility in the fact that I'm an outsider and I was not involved in creating any of these calcs. But outsiders who have no idea about any of this are going to come in and see videos like this and are going to perceive other people's work, the work of those people who have done those calcs, in this way. This is the way the information is presented. It's misleading. It's unfortunate, which is why I need to talk about it. Okay, catching up on chat. Okay, I'm a couple of lines behind. Saria says, "Oh my god, I hate how many people use hyperspace in their arguments when they don't know what it means. The astrophysics student in me is just like, you don't know what you're saying." I would actually love to pick your brain about that at some point, because another thing, like another little hobby horse of mine, is talking about like the planetary slash multiversal universal scaling for Naruto, which I strongly disagree with. But I admit I don't really have the science fiction slash physics slash cosmological knowledge to be able to interrogate terms like hyperspace. I mean, I watched Flatland with Carl Sagan, and I think I understand like 4-dimensional space better. But I have a hunch that the way that people are talking about it is totally out of pocket. But I don't have the ability, like the knowledge, to be able to push back on it hard enough, right? Dr. Pest says, "Sorry, as a opponent, I always found it boring and even absurd to make those comparisons. Say because of this image, the length is one thing, and then base it on achievements." Yeah, you have to be careful about how you use that stuff. It can be useful in trying to get some kind of data to have a meaningful discussion on, but it's also very tempting and easy to run away with it and just go crazy with it. Yeah. By the way, excuse me. Konakun says, "By the way, almost every Dragon Ball Z calcs on versus Battle Wiki is wrong. A Dragon Ball YouTuber even made a video on it." Okay. Yeah, see, I'm not assuming that the VSB or character stats and profiles stuff is right or wrong. I'm just coming into it and examining the data that we were presented at face value, right? Just assuming authenticity because that's how it's been presented. And when I do that, I find that the thing that is being said in the video is incorrect, and it is not correctly reflecting the work that has been done. So before we even get to evaluating whether like Parrot's calc is right or not, which I haven't done, honestly, like I haven't gone and checked the math, because before we even get to the point of doing that, Noodles isn't even like quoting him correctly. Like he's not even referring correctly to what is on that page. And again, it's possible that Webcam Parrot genuinely believes that individual Bijuu bombs are multi-continental. It seemed that that was the case in his debate with Swag, so that might actually be his personal belief. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that's not what was on that fucking page, right? And that's the point. Konakun says, "Isn't it funny that Saitama guy whose name is One Punch Man is only solar system to galaxy level?" Well, I guess he has to be able to hit something in order to defeat it, so if he can't hit an entire universe, then that makes sense. Kakuzu Holiday says, "Agree with Pest." Okay, yeah. Overthinking and overanalyzing separates the body from the mind. Well, then I'm pretty sure that my body and mind have seceded and formed separate unions at this point. The originator of the raw durability meme. Yeah, exactly. And just to be clear, like the raw durability thing was referring to the third Raikage. People always talk about Kakuzu's raw durability, which is fine, I guess. But the original meme was webcam parrot talking about the third Raikage, and then it kind of became Noodles' thing talking about Kakuzu for some reason. Yeah, Kakuzu God. Konakun says special not thanks to all of those who are listed there. No, thank you, Kona. I don't like Virtue's video because I found them biased and incomplete, but he does the work. I don't spit on it because I don't like it. Yeah, that's good of you. That's fair. I appreciate that. Special not thanks. Oh yeah, you're saying like from Noodles' perspective, like I'll just throw these names out there, but like not actually thank them. I don't know. Kakuzu God, like, do you feel like your work was if you want to say it, I don't want to put you on the spot, but like based on the way that we've talked about it, it seems like you feel pretty good about how your work was and contribution was included in the video. And like more like at least I don't even want to say at least, like providing credit, providing sources is important, like especially in the age of like YouTube plagiarism where people are constantly stealing each other's shit. This is really, really good and really important and should be done. You should always credit your sources, even if it was just somebody like sharing a quick thought. You know, give people credit where credit is due. This is important, right? So I don't want to downplay that at all. I appreciate, genuinely, I appreciate the fact that we have these things here. I just, you know, if I put together a calc that put somebody at like country level, and then I found out that somebody was using my calc, even if they credited me, and they were using my calc to argue that that character was multi-continental, I'd be pissed. Be like, what are you doing? Like, why are you just misrepresenting the work that I did? Right? So, if we were friends, it'd be one thing, but I would still feel like I did the work, I did the calc, I did the, you know, right or wrong, maybe it's flawed or whatever, but I put the thing out there in the world. You're referencing it, you're quoting it, you're using it as part of your own argument that you're presumably making money off of, right, to further your own career, and you didn't quote me right. You didn't get what I was saying. So you either like didn't actually look at the shit carefully enough to understand it, or you didn't care, or something else. I don't know. Like, again, I want to be careful about assuming people's intentions, but at the end of the day, it's the same net effect, right? Is that it was a misrepresentation. I don't appreciate that at all. So let's see. Kakuzu and Holiday. So yeah. Konakun says, isn't the third Raikage weaker than both Mu and Gengetsu? Is he? I guess it depends on what you mean by weak. I don't know if he would have any way of getting to Gengetsu's clam, but in terms of his like hell stab or whatever, probably has higher AP. But I'm not sure. Definitely happy to hear opinions on that. Kakuzu Holiday says, giving credit is very good. He did a whole hour video, maybe incomplete for some. Montage voiceover because he's passionate about this topic. Even if you don't like the video, is a work on his own. Okay, I can respect that. Yeah, anybody who takes who makes a work of art or something, like I would argue that like YouTube videos are a form of art, puts in the time, as you said, to record, to edit, to put everything together, and then releases that out there in the world, and then like responds to other people's takes on it, that is something that I inherently have some respect for, right? Still takes effort, still takes time. And the more I work on my own projects, the more I have appreciation for anybody who works on anything. This is not something that you just shit out over the course of a weekend, right? This takes focus, this takes commitment to an idea, and there is some creativity in the way that the arguments are being constructed and presented, but that creativity is being applied in a way that I find to be misleading, and I find the overall quality to be poor, which is why I feel like, as somebody who considers himself to be part of the greater Naruto community, somebody who wants to see better content made and wants to try to make better content himself and be held to that same standard, and I want to provide feedback. I want to provide commentary, because otherwise, like, what's the point if you just release things into a vacuum and you never learn or grow, right? So I'm learning a lot by doing this. But I don't wish, it's not like I wish the video had never been done, or I think that like it should be taken down or anything like that, just because there's some things in it that are wrong. I think it's worth having a discussion about. I think it's a good discussion starter. Hopefully that comes across in the way that I talk about it. Kakuzu Holiday says lots of scans from manga, databook, and anime sequence too. Yeah, there's quite a bit. There's also quite a lot of reused things. There's a lot of scenes that are shown multiple times, for instance. Not that that's inherently wrong. I did that in my video as well, but worth noting that there's room for improvement. You say, I find it very harsh to have those kinds of bad behavior because they don't like something. Could you please rephrase that? I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Have bad behavior because you don't like something. Are you saying that you're like, you don't agree with me being upset at the video because I don't like it? Or, which is okay, that's totally fine. I'm not sure what you're saying. Dr. Pest says, I would say that each Kage had their specialty. Strength, speed, Mu, the ranged ninjutsu. The strength and speed, Mu, the ranged ninjutsu and being a sensor, and Genjutsu, the genjutsu and surprise attacks. Yeah, I like that. I like the fact that they have kind of asymmetrical abilities. They have things that they are better or worse at. That makes a lot of sense. And that kind of mirrors the Sanin as well, right? Okay, I'm gonna keep going until the 4-hour mark, so a little bit more. I think we can get through.
The war arc, and this is evident by the fact he performs much better speed feats, such as fighting the V2 Jinchuriki that were blitzing KCM1 Naruto and killing.
There's also Kakuzu and Holiday, just between you and me. I mean, obviously other people are listening, but like part of the reason why I actually... No, I want to let you respond. I don't want to try to like precog you or whatever. Konakun says the day Noodles made that Kakuzu versus me into a video, I realized this guy's an idiot. I mean, I don't want to be like insult his intelligence and say that he's an idiot. I think that might be a little rude, but a lot of the arguments in that video show up here. And my opinion isn't that he's stupid, and I wouldn't say that. I would just say that there's certain misunderstandings and a certain kind of very fixed myopic perspective that's being applied, and that very limited perspective leads to misunderstandings. And then if those misunderstandings get popular, then, or popular is not the right word for it, I guess like cemented, right? They start to stick. It can be very, very difficult to get away from them. And then if you start building more and more arguments on top of those, then it kind of becomes hard to go back. Like if you've been debating people for 5 years, however long it is, and telling them that you know more about the series than Kishimoto himself, and if Kishimoto told you wrong, then you would tell them that he was an R-slur, right? Because you're the only one that that can really be an authority on this subject, among other things. And then it turns out that like the fundamental arguments that you've been making for the past 5 years are just like flawed. It becomes very difficult to be like, oh, okay, I'll just go back and change that, because then everything else kind of crumbles. So that's the difficulty of it all. You should still do that, but I understand why it's like cognitively difficult. Kakuzu says, no, if somebody don't like a video or a topic, it's fine. More like you, not you, more for Kona. Oh, spit on our work. It probably took weeks. Sometimes is a bad behavior to me because someone or our team worked to this. Yeah. This video, for example, is watchable. The montage is fine. There's things to watch. The audio is fine too. Not perfect, but correct technically. Yeah, I mean, like, a few years ago, I used to have the opinion that the way that I was going to contribute to video games, for example, was that I was going to be a critic, and specifically a critic that went after games that I thought were bad and tore them apart, because I thought that the best way I could contribute to the conversation, to the games industry, was if I helped other people identify problems, which I'm kind of doing here, but the way that I was doing before, it was like I didn't make anything of my own, right? Like I wasn't making video games myself at the time. I wasn't really trying to make art at all, and so I was in a very privileged position to kind of sit back and just watch other people work and then just like yell at them when I thought they were wrong. And then I started working on games again, and within like 6 months I was like, okay, I'm not releasing any of this shit. That, like, I had written something like 35,000 words on like why I hated Horizon Zero Dawn and a couple other games and stuff like that, and I just like got rid of them because I was like, no, even if all of my technical criticisms here are correct, it doesn't matter, because the way that I'm going about this is just, I forgot how hard it is to make anything. I forgot how hard it is to stick with something for a long time and then release it publicly, have the courage to do that, right? I will say, though, that with this video, it doesn't apply, obviously, but the Minato versus Kakuzu video, in that video, there was like a looping, he basically played like footage from Gaara versus Lee the entire time. And that's one of those things where it's like, okay, I still appreciate the fact that you made something of your own and released it onto the internet. And you didn't like send it to a content farm and just like pay somebody else to do it and not care about it. Like, you made it yourself, as far as I can tell. I respect that. But also, like, why the fuck is there like 10 minutes of Lee versus Gaara footage, just like unedited, just playing in the background, over a conversation about Minato versus Kakuzu? And I think you could look at something like that and be like, here is some feedback. Here's some feedback. That is irrelevant and not really helping the video, and it comes across as lazy or apathetic or something like that. That was maybe even too harsh. You could just be like, it's distracting and it doesn't contribute to the overall design of the video. That's a much better way to put it, right? Don't assume laziness or something like that. That's rude. But just be like, this is not contributing to the overall quality of the video. This could be better. And I think that's fair. I think, you know, you can appreciate someone's work and then be honest about the flaws with it. And I would actually ask and expect and hope that anybody would do the same to my work. You know, like, I don't put it up there, like that video that I spent like 3 or 4 months working on, the fucking Itachi versus Pain video. I don't put it up there and expect it to just like gain applause because it exists. If people like it, I'm super happy about that. But if there's problems with it, I want to know about it because I want to keep like getting better. I'm not going to get better unless people like are willing to challenge me, right? So. Dr. Pest says that the video is technically good, having good audio transition, I suppose, showing things. Yeah, for the most part. I do keep hearing this like annoying clicking, ticking sound in the background. That is kind of grating to the ears. Like, that should have been fixed. Let me just say, though, that like, on the one hand, I've seen videos of far lesser quality that I've had far less problems with. Part of the reason why is that if you go around saying that like, I am the authority on this and anyone who disagrees with me is like, and then insert a bunch of slurs here, including the author of the manga himself, then you are putting yourself on a pedestal and saying like, the quality of my work is like what's like paramount, not paramount, like the epitome, basically, right? Like, to be making statements of that caliber, like, you better be able to back that shit up, because you were just like totally hostile to a bunch of sincere people, totally disrespectful to the work that you're basing your work on, and you better at least be able to back all that up with an extremely high quality bar to demonstrate that to be the case. Otherwise, it's just like, yeah, it's hypocritical, right? I've heard Noodles like go off on Six, for example, on stream, and be like, Six's videos are so terribly edited. This is fucking trash. This is fucking garbage. It's his job. It's your job. You literally get paid to do this. How can your videos be so trash when you're paid to edit these or to make these, right? If you're going to go around saying that shit about other people, then understand that people are going to hold you to that same quality bar, and you need to be willing to hold yourself to that same standard, or otherwise it's hypocritical. I'm not really asking you to do that for me, but truth isn't something you can prove at 100%. Your point of view differs from another one, like Noodles who you dislike. You can say the same thing. Yep. As long as everybody's getting along, this all seems okay. Yeah, Konakun, I wanted to be the angry video game nerd. Not even, like, the angry video game nerd was, maybe still is, somebody who was still putting a lot of effort into, like, lighting and camera placement, and he wrote jokes, and he had a persona, and he was like an actor, right? He was like performing a whole act that he rehearsed and practiced and made into his own art form. And I wasn't even doing that. I was just gonna be like, here's a long list of everything you fucking did wrong, and this is why you should feel bad and like go make better games. So I would give myself far less credit than Angry Video Game Nerd. More like Game Grumps, but even, well, not even less than Game Grumps, because they were still like comedians. Like they actively practiced getting better at comedy. They took classes and shit, and they were genuinely funny. So yeah, I don't know. Speaking of which, what do you think of Daigo Knight? I say that this guy has his things, but someone quite arrogant and conceited, like, ha, I did it better than everyone else. I don't know a lot of Daigo's stuff. I used to refer to his video on how the animal path could beat at Kakuzu. I thought it was entertaining at first, and I'd actually want to talk about it on stream sometime soon. But again, like, respect to content creators for creating. But I felt like his video overall was just when I listened to it again, like earlier this week, actually, he has a kind of a very smug attitude, and he's a bit condescending and a bit dismissive, and like he said something along the lines of like, how is Kakuzu going up to go against the multi-headed hound? The multi-headed hound had like 20 heads or some insane number of heads like that, and it was so strong that Jiraiya could only beat it with a hack. And I'm like, okay, it didn't have 20 heads, it had 10, and Jiraiya didn't beat it with a hack. Pain recalled it. So why are you just like making stuff up and acting condescending and like seeming like you're getting off on being condescending? That's totally unnecessary, right? You can just describe what's happening. You can be excited about it. You can think it's cool or whatever. Like I'm not trying to tone police and say you have to express yourself this or that way, but it kind of turned me off, because I was like, okay, this is just like a lot of hyperbole and a lot of like harshness that I didn't see what the point was. And then again, like kind of what Kakuzu and Holidays is saying, the amount of effort that it takes to put something together like the rewrites that he's doing is insane. Like it's awesome that he's doing that on the one hand, but on the other hand, it's like, don't go rewriting somebody else's work. That's really weird. Like going over somebody's life work, like their magnum opus that they like sweat, like blood, sweat, and tears for fucking 20 years and sacrificed everything in their life and like didn't go on honeymoon for 20 years or whatever to be able to put that out, and they're just gonna be like, oh no, I'm gonna rewrite it and make it better. I'm like, I don't know. It's a lot. Some people like it. It takes a lot of effort. It's really creative. It's fan fiction at the end of the day. Fan fiction can require a lot of it's art, right? He's an artist. Respect. And also, it's not my kind of art. I don't think I'll ever be able to get into it. If you have any videos, though, please feel free to recommend. I'm always happy to listen to stuff and hear stuff out, you know? I think, you know what? Fuck it. Hang on. This is just my own sensibilities. I'm not saying anybody else has to agree. But, oh no. Kakuzu, what's his name? This, right? Like, come on. I personally don't understand. Like, yeah, you can have a disagreement with somebody else in the community. You can find their arguments to be silly or stupid and facetious. But do you really need to be like Kakuzu's fodder? Do you need to put all like the laughing, crying, angry emojis everywhere? Do you need to say, sorry, copers? I mean, I don't know. I'm just not. Some people find that shit really entertaining, and if you do, that's great. As long as everybody thinks that they're kind of like in on it, and again, like I said before, that's fine. I would never like make something like that. It just doesn't appeal to me at all. So, let's see. Oh, sorry. You wrote quite a while ago. Let me see here. I think being wrong is good. Being wrong is what leads to progress. Yes, because it helps to learn and grow. When you believe that your stance is perfect and right, then there's no discussion. Yeah, exactly. I'm right there with you. What do you think of Daigo Knight? Sorry, Zapona. I have a Mayuri Kurotsuchi vibe, or Victor from Arcane. Oh, Victor from Arcane. Arcane is like one of my favorite pieces of art ever. Like, seriously, that show is fucking incredible. And the way that Victor is depicted in season 2, oh my god, just so well realized. Konakun says I used to watch him, but when he said that Boruto and Sarada thing, I stopped watching him. What's the Boruto and Sarada thing? I'm curious. Saria says, I've never seen Arcane. I'm not a League fan. Oh, okay. So, Saria, I don't want to pressure you at all, but I will say that I absolutely hate League of Legends, like so much. And this is not to disrespect anybody who worked on the team. I think it is a really great game with amazing art, with amazing audio, good music, great mechanics. They've survived for like 15 years with one map. And that means they're doing something right. It's fun to play. But there's a whole storefront around it. There's a whole like economy of addiction. True story, I actually interviewed there at one point, like years ago, at Riot Games. And when I interviewed there, I met somebody who had been hired to work as a psychologist. He had Harvard tenure at Harvard, and they got him to quit his tenure at Harvard and move over to work at Riot Games specifically to study to make the game more addictive and to figure out player psychology and then use the learnings from that to make the game addictive. And I was like, this is like really weird and uncomfortable. The game is specifically crafted to get you into these situations where you start to have fun, and then they change the game to make your experience sort of invalidated and push you into either grinding or making purchases, and it's unethical and weird, and I hate it. And hate it in particular because so many people have worked so hard for so long on making the game itself phenomenal and one of the best games ever made, arguably. But then it's covered in all of this like weird, meta shit that ruins it, in my opinion. So, that being said, I am extremely biased against League of Legends as a franchise. I fucking love Arcane like so much. It is so good. The art, the music, the character development, the story development, just everything is just incredible. One of my favorite TV shows or movies or like pieces of linear media ever. And my partner as well doesn't know anything about League of Legends. And doesn't really follow video games much either. We watched it together and we're like totally in love and we're sharing it with all our friends. So I would highly encourage you to take a look at it. It's just one of those shows, almost like Game of Thrones, like the first few seasons, or Breaking Bad, or Sopranos, or whatever. This kind of comes along once in a generation, and it's just one of those things that it's really exciting to be there for, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So let's see. Daigo Knight literally said Sarada should have awakened her MS when Boruto did that to her. I don't even remember what that is, to be honest. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't get the reference either. Daigo Knight literally said Sarada should have awakened her MS. He puts Kakuzu at 9 in the Akatsuki. Oh, that's probably not to your liking, Kakuzu and Holidays. Dr. Pest says, I dropped it and became displeased with kept saying this Naruto thing is badly written. Oh, okay. And other things that were too repetitive and seemed more like a lack of reading comprehension. Yeah, so, I mean, on the one hand, it's fine to have... Like, I like Swag Kage's video where he talked about how he would fix the war arc. So that might sound a little bit hypocritical of me. Like, I did enjoy that, but I felt like he was more throwing out ideas as, like, multiple possible ways you could have reimagined it or fixed it, as opposed to just saying, like, this just fucking sucked, and now I'm the one who's going to repair it and, like, rewrite it. You know, it was more like starting a discussion of how we could look at it differently, so I recalled it. Konakun says, winning doesn't teach you anything. It can feel good, but yeah. Aksun Holiday says, winning tells you you're in a good way, too. It can be validation, yep. Dr. Pest says that, and the fact that one of his rewrites literally became what it really is in a fanfic and not a good one. On top of that, he probably says, look, I did it better than Kishimoto. Yeah, I don't like that at all. That's kind of a shit. Kind of a shit. The only way to really lose is to keep losing in the same thing without learning. Yep, don't learn from your own mistakes. You're doomed to repeat it. I am the Melania, I am Melania the Blade of Mikola, and I am Mimic the Blade of Tarnished. Mimic the Blade of Tarnished, I like that. Are there mimics in Elden Ring? I don't think there are, right? Like the ones that kind of come out of the chests. Kona, are you excited for the Duskbloods? Kakuzu says, I don't care if he puts him at 9. It's what he says about him, the way he does, and the misinformation. Yeah, that's what I'm opposed to the misinformation. Sorry, says, I'm not a fan of the toxicity. Like, in one of, I criticize Zeltic saying Link can... in one of your videos, I criticized Zeltic saying Link canonically can't jump. I try to make it comedic with my tone and the music because there's no hate. My channel member. Yeah. I mean, like, canonically he can't jump, but also, it's probably reasonable to assume that he can at least, like hop, right, in real life. Or is that not your position? Do you think he like factually, physically can't jump? It's just like a weird handicap he has. Okay, well, getting towards the end of the stream, we made it a whole 3 minutes, maybe 2. But this is good. I think this stream we kind of had to talk about stuff that required a bit of a diversion. It wasn't just like the start and stop like it was last time. The whole Kakashi thing, like going through everything he went through in the war, as well as the Calcs stuff. I'm really glad I got that off my chest. Like, I was hesitant to even bring it up because I don't want to speak for other people and what their experiences are. But it's just like, if you're going to make the work of other people a backbone of your own argument and use it to promote yourself, you should probably try to at least get it right. Like, I don't think I'm being unfair. Please let me know, if I'm like being unreasonable. But it just struck me as being very odd.
Killer Bee, whereas before he was only relative to the base Naruto that was capable of fighting. Also, through this method of scaling, you would have to claim Kakashi has Bijuu level durability for taking multiple shots.
Let's go back one second.
The point of this tangent is that Kakashi's mud wall easily could have gotten stronger during the war arc. Also, through this method of scaling, you would have to claim Kakashi has Bijuu level durability for taking multiple Shinra Tenseis to his face.
I mean, like, I would rather actually talk about whether or not Kakashi has Bijuu level durability. Like, why not bring it up and interrogate it, and let's have a conversation about it. I wouldn't just say like, well, you would have to say this and then that would mean something else, and just put it out there in the abstract. Like, let's actually see where that leads. We talked before about, well, obviously there's problems with this, but if Kakashi can punch through that shuriken, and that shuriken has like Bijuu level attack potency, then Kakashi's Raikiri right then and there has Bijuu level attack potency. Now that might not scale back to pain, but Kakashi was also like really fatigued at that time, so there could be some scaling there if you really look for it. So it could be that Kakashi has Bijuu level durability, but then what does Bijuu level durability actually mean? Like, is it, maybe we kind of find out that the term Bijuu level durability doesn't really mean much because all the Bijuu are different and they have different anatomy, and just because somebody can perform a feat that is comparable to like a Maratabi Fire Breath or Paw or whatever, that doesn't mean that they're Bijuu level. Maybe the conclusion that we come to after all of this is that we go back and decide that maybe the term Bijuu level itself needs to be defined in a more clear way. So I think having that discussion that maybe Kakashi has Bijuu level durability is just more useful and more interesting than just like saying, than just dismissing it entirely, even though it takes more work, right? Sorry, as he thinks Link can only jump if he's got a jump button. Oh, okay. Or if he gets an item to jump a game and it's like, not like it's gameplay, he's not jumping so we can solve puzzles. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, that'd be like saying all the characters in Gears of War can only vault over walls. Like, they can't actually just jump, and they can't like climb up stairs or whatever. They have to vault over walls because that's the only traversal thing that we see them do in game.
Base Naruto is also able to withstand a Shinra Tensei, so no, the Shinra Tensei has no feats or scaling to damage Kakuzu, even at its strongest state. The best feat is it blowing up the Leaf Village, which requires way less force and energy than the Bijuu can output. The same Bijuu that Kakuzu is stronger than.
I am still not convinced at this point in the video that Kakuzu is stronger than all the Bijuu, especially since we've only ever talked about his interactions with one of the Bijuu. Konakun says Pain wanted information about Naruto from Kakashi, and as soon as Pain said I will get information from somewhere else, he one-shotted Kakashi. Yeah, exactly. Like, saying that base Naruto took a Shinra Tensei from an incredibly fatigued Pain towards the end of their fight, therefore, like, Pain can't damage Kakuzu is a non sequitur. Mentioning the big one that blew up the whole village, that kind of works, but I mean, we haven't really The thing about that is that there's the DC of the Shinra Tensei that blows up the village, which is like the area of effect that it blows up the like all the buildings and stuff. But then there's also the combined AP of all of the people that it defeats. At the bare minimum, that would include Kakashi, fuck, Katsuyu. There, it's too many 3-syllable names with ka in them. Katsuyu and Tsunade. You know, so we have a Kage level character and her summon and all of their chakra basically going into like healing the rest of the villagers. So, and then like the thing is that Pain does kill Kakashi effectively. Like he critically wounds him and injures him or whatever, and then Kakashi like quote unquote ends his own life via the overuse of the Kamui, but it's Pain effectively who kills him. Puts him in that position in the first place. Pain critically wounds Choza. You know, there's no discussion here of Choza scaling and where that goes and why that's not relevant. And all the other people that Pain manages to defeat with the Shinra Tensei as well. So it's the AP of being able to defeat all those people simultaneously, plus the DC of being able to destroy the village, that needs to be taken into account when evaluating how much strength there is behind the Shinra Tensei, because all of that can get focused and funneled into a singular attack against Kakuzu, in which case, you know, the fight could go very different.
The chaotic Shinra Tensei was calced at around 80 gigatons or island level plus.
Okay, also want to point out that none of the calcs here included anything about the chaotic Shinra Tensei. First of all, because the chaotic Shinra Tensei is not like a real name of the thing. It's just the Shinra Tensei. Second of all, yeah, there are no calcs here linked for the chaotic Shinra Tensei, quote unquote. The Chibaku Tensei is calced here, the Bijuu bombs, etc. But hang on one second.
Longer than the chaotic Shinra Tensei was calced at around 80 gigatons or
he's saying the chaotic
island level plus.
Chaotic Shinra Tensei is calced at 80 gigatons, but the Chibaku Tensei is calced at 15 gigatons, which is island level. So if 15 is island level,
whereas the chaotic Shinra Tensei was calced at around 80 gigatons or island level plus.
80 gigatons is also island level. Is that right? Here we have joules calculations, and joules calculations, which are not converted into gigatons for us. Parrot's calcs, well, he actually has like more here. Parrot's calcs are in joules as well. We don't have any gigatons over here. Let's just take a look for a second. You'll go out of the way. Take a look here and say the Shinra Tensei. Is it listed as chaotic on here? Is that where it comes from? No. I still have no goddamn idea where Shinra Tensei comes from. Where chaotic Shinra Tensei, where that term comes from. So let's see, Nagato Pain. Powers and stats. Attack 1C. Island level, small country level, city level, small country level. Do we even have like a Shinra Tensei here? Okay. So there's a few references, but I'm not even seeing that this like VSB has a Shinra Tensei calc. Like, where is the Shinra Tensei calc coming from? I'll look into this off screen to see if I can find it. Nagato. Yeah. Varies up to 7 day with chaotic. Okay, so it might be coming from character stats and profiles. Varies up to 7A, higher with chaotic Shinra Tensei. So the highest thing that they've listed here is 7A with Shinra. 7A is mountain level. Okay. So, I mean, like, as much as I would like the extra gas, they're putting chaotic Shinra Tensei at mountain level. Not fucking island level even. So this is just like way off base. Anyway, let me catch up here. I learned one important thing: never to go after those shy type girls. Well, I would be cautious about like putting putting everybody into one category. Like, you know, not everybody who has one attribute is like everybody else with that attribute, right? Don't blame other people for the mistakes that one person made. But also, if that's how you feel, like you don't want to be with shy type people in the future, that's up to you. You know, if that's what you're comfortable with. But you know, try to be fair. I know I'm realizing I'm saying that to you when you're in pain, and I don't want to be rude. So. Dr. Pest says, well, seeing that Kishimoto handles the Bijuu differently as they ended up being, we could say that Hiro and Kakuzu won by literally destroying a monster randomly and knocking it down. Yeah, I suppose. So for me, it's more like Hiro and Kakuzu, instead of fighting directly with Yukato, transformed into Maratabi. They rather waited for her to be exhausted and without the Bijuu form attack her. I think that's a potential way to look at it, yeah, that they just like outlasted her with their immortality. And then Kakuzu says Chaotic Shino Tensei is 13 C0s from Datara. Oh, that would be interesting. That's not insignificant. That's kind of a lot. And then how does that compare to the standard Bijuu bombs, I wonder? Dr. Pest says their attack a weakened Yukito who can no longer form a Bijuu, and that's it. Yeah, that is possible. I don't know if Kakuzu and Holidays would agree with that, but I think it's a possible scenario. Even though it's right, they would still be above the Bijuu since they couldn't get damage, especially Kakuzu, and to exhaust the Bijuu, it should take a damn time. Yeah, it's definitely a feat either way. Konakun says, especially if the shy girl has glasses on. Oh boy, stay. I don't know if I would. that seems like the sort of person that I would probably be interested in if I were single. So. I know. I like weirdos by people. Probably because I am one myself.
Whereas a standard Bijuu bomb has shown to generate 27 million gigatons of TNT, or multi-continental levels of force. The difference in power between those abilities is massive, and I see no reason why a full-powered Pain would be able to physically damage Kakuzu in any way.
Not to be pedantic, but again, like, we haven't actually seen Kakuzu take the hit from the supposed multi-continental Bijuu bomb. So this is all just like engaging with this argument this far into the video is all continuing to rest on the assumption that Kakuzu got hit with the Bijuu bomb enough to be able to try to check his defense against that multi-continental level of force anyway. So as far as I'm concerned, I could just say prove he got hit by it and then move on if you can't. But it's more fun to try to engage with the argument. But even if we do that, then like if we assume that he was hit by it, we still haven't really been given sufficient evidence to put him at that level.
Besides maybe sealing him in.
You can put around 10 forced deaths in the leaf. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, this calc just seems like totally off base then.
Inside the Chibaku Tensei.
Konakun, I think it's understandable that you would feel very nihilistic, especially with everything that happens. So. You know, feel free to lean into it a little bit if you need to. Like, I've definitely been there. I've had days, even years like that. So, you know, no judgment.
Well, I keep saying, but
I appreciate the upscaling Kakuzu and Holidays as well.
Besides the Chibaku Tensei, what stops Pain from just sucking Kakuzu up into it? Well, what
I like the little animation there. It's cute.
Stops Kakuzu from blasting his way out of the jutsu? Sure, the Chibaku Tensei can hold perfect Jinchuriki inside of it, but can it hold Kakuzu, who's stronger than a perfect Jinchuriki?
Okay, we talked about this pretty extensively previously. A previous stream called Hold Up a Minute. We talked about the Chibaku Tensei and how that works and everything surrounding it. But basically, if you want to demonstrate that Kakuzu can blast out of the Chibaku Tensei, that's an interesting idea. I wouldn't discourage it entirely. But what I would say is you need to provide some kind of calc, right? You need to provide some kind of actual demonstration of that feat. And in order to do that, you're going to need to demonstrate that Kakuzu's attack potency or DC with some of his jutsu are not only stronger than Six Tails Naruto, but so much stronger than his attacks that he would essentially be vaporizing the Bijuu, the bomb itself. That he would either... so you could just say sorry, let me recap. So one of the ways that you could defeat the Chibaku Tensei obviously is to hit the core. But what Noodles is saying here specifically is that we're talking about Kakuzu blasting his way out of the Chibaku Tensei rather than attacking the core the way that like B, Naruto, and Itachi did. So we're talking about can Kakuzu blast his way out? Now let's look here in chapter 439 and see what Naruto is involved in, right? He's on his way up to the Chibaku Tensei, is getting sucked up in the earth and all that, and he charges up a Bijuu bomb. This is in Six Tails mode, Six Tails Naruto, and he blasts the fucking Chibaku Tensei with the Bijuu bomb, and it like goes into it, and the force of the Bijuu bomb seems to like get absorbed into the Chibaku Tensei and start poking out from various sides. So the explosion gets eaten up by the rocks, and the force is kind of jettisoning out a little bit, like puncturing through in multiple angles. And it seems like there's some rocks that are being blasted away, right? Here are some rocks that are blasted away. Then those rocks blasted away come back and slam up against the side of the Chibaku Tensei. Naruto gets pissed, and then his own body gets slammed and pressed against it. And even before he gets smashed in with the rocks, the power of the gravity is pushing him against the Chibaku Tensei stone so much that he can't get away from it. So you would need to demonstrate not only that Kakuzu can match this attack that Naruto is doing. Matching it wouldn't be enough, because matching it didn't do shit. It would need to be way, way stronger, to the point of being able to vaporize the rocks, or to penetrate through all the way to the center to get to the core or something, because hitting the Chibaku Tensei and fragmenting the rocks, destroying the rocks, blowing them out of the way, doesn't even really do anything to it when the rocks come back and slam into it. You would need to demonstrate that Kakuzu's lifting strength is strong enough to resist the force of the gravity that's pulling him towards the core, and not only just resist it, but to push himself up and like off and away from the gravity core himself, in which case you need to do some sort of scaling to compare him to Six Tails Naruto. Now again, Kakuzu in Holidays, or anybody else in chat, it's entirely possible that there is a way to do this, and you might have an answer ready for this and be able to talk about it, and that's totally fine. But the phrase that Noodles used in the video is, "What's to stop Kakuzu from busting his way out of it?" And then I think he says in a minute, like, "I could easily see Kakuzu busting his way out of it." That's cool, that's great. Glad that you can easily see that he's able to do that, but for your viewers, for people you might be in a debate with or in a conversation with, please demonstrate how he actually does it, because you seeing that internally, unfortunately, doesn't really communicate anything to people on the outside. Here's Naruto firing that Six Tails Bijuu bomb. Here is the Bijuu bomb going off in his face, and here is the size of the Bijuu bomb compared to the monument and the rest of Konoha. So here's some pretty easy scaling. We have the monuments over there. We have the size of Konoha itself. You could probably pretty easily get a size calc for this particular Bijuu bomb, and then use that to compare to Kakuzu's jutsu, and then use that to compare to the Chibaku Tensei. As far as I know, Kakuzu doesn't have anything that is this large. This has this much DC. Maybe like the searing migraine or something. But if you want to demonstrate that, then okay, go and look at searing migraine, and look at the area of effect that it has in the forest, and then compare it to this. You would basically need to demonstrate that it's I don't know, multiple times stronger than this to be able to break through those rocks. Maybe you could argue that false darkness would be capable of like tunneling through the rock. Okay, we'll demonstrate that. What is the best feat that false darkness has? The best thing, maybe, if we accept the Kakashi scaling, is that false darkness is worth 2 Raikiri. Okay, can Kakashi get through the fucking Chibaku Tensei with 2 Raikiri? I mean, like, what exactly can get through the Chibaku Tensei? That's what I'm saying, right? Like, this might be true, but why should we believe it? Catching up on Kakuzu and Holiday stuff. Force of Death Radius. Oh, yeah, it's way smaller than the leaf. You can... Oh, the Force of Death is smaller than the leaf? That's interesting. I know I think Noodles himself doesn't like the idea that Oh wait, you're talking about the C0, not about the Bijuu bomb. Then let me retract that. I don't know if Noodles has anything to say about that. I can upscale very hard Akatsuki members. Yeah, that's cool. I like hearing the upscaling. I like hearing the different opinions. Kakuzu can just travel through the ground since he's an Earth style user. See, that's an argument that I could maybe get behind. He could just like snake his tendrils around, and then we could talk about whether or not the hearts have the strength to get away from it. But hey, at least that's a conversation. At least that's something we could talk about, right? Sorry, I says I'm glad you brought up Six Tails Naruto because it's literally typing. Yep. A pain indeed. Eat Bijuu bones for breakfast. Okay, so let's finish this section. I think it'll only take a minute because, yeah, we talked about the Chibaku Tensei, so let's just wrap this up real quick. Sorry.
Perfect Jinchuriki inside of it, but can hold Kakuzu, who's stronger than a perfect Jinchuriki. I could easily see Kakuzu being able to blast a hole into the Chibaku Tensei and exiting it, but this is...
Yeah, and then you'll have to demonstrate, this looks really sus, you have to demonstrate that, like, okay, if Kakuzu can exit it, then how can he get away from the gravity core? Like, how can he get away from that same gravity that was capable of flattening Six Tails Naruto? I mean, like, granted, he thinks Kakuzu is stronger than a Bijuu. Okay, stronger than Six Tails Naruto. Fine. How much stronger is he? And is he strong enough to get away from that gravity? Can we actually get a calc of how strong the gravity actually is at Chibaku Tensei? And then can you scale that to Kakuzu's lifting strength or something? If you can, then you might have something. But that hasn't been done. Just like, sometimes it's useful to imagine yourself in a debate with somebody and imagine like what the counter to your own argument would be. And then see if you could counter that counter. Or if you would accept the argument coming from your opponent. So as far as I can tell, the argument thus far is just, I think Kakuzu could blast his way out of the Chibaku Tensei because I think he could do it, because I could see him being able to do it, and he's stronger than Jinchuriki. Okay, so what? Like, you've just started. You really have to kind of go further than that.
This is not even the most major point of why I think this ability will fail. There's an extremely obvious reason that nobody seems to think of, and that is that Pain is not able to sustain the Chibaku Tensei, and has never been shown capable even at full power to be able to hold it up for any significant period of time.
Okay, we talked about this in a previous stream. If you're interested, please do go check out the stream titled Hold Up a Minute, where we talked about this. The short version is that Noodles thinks that, like, Nagato has to stand there holding up the Chibaku Tensei, and if he lets it down, it just falls. As far as I can tell, that's not how the Chibaku Tensei works. And I'll give two quick examples. The first being that, you know, Nagato makes the Chibaku Tensei, and then it forms a complete full sphere, and then Nagato is obviously exhausted, but you can see that he says, Operation Ninetales capture is accomplished, and Tendo's arms are down. He's no longer raised his arms up. He's not holding on to the sphere anymore. He's lowered his arms and they're down. And then after that, with Tendo's arms still down, then Naruto powers up and goes into 8-Tails mode and pierces through the surface of the Chibaku Tensei while he's like surrendering to the 9-Tails. He's starting to shake through and he punctures through, and now he's partially disrupted the surface and he's partially coming through, right? And after this, now, after that, Pain raises his arms and says, I should enlarge, but then is like not sure what's going on. Notice that the surface of the Chibaku Tensei, even around the tails, is all kind of like fractured and little pieces are falling off, so it's already destabilized. The Chibaku Tensei is a sealing jutsu, and the seal has been completely fucked up now because Naruto has been thrashing around inside of it. So it's no longer a complete sealing jutsu. It's got a huge hole in the side of it. And now Naruto's looking at him. Pain has lowered his arms again. He's not like in a position where he's like actively trying to hold it up or anything like that. Excuse me. Shit, I'm sorry. I just realized that I had the picture up the whole time. Right. This is in I should probably just get away from that meme. It's not working. Sorry about the distraction there. Very quick recap of chapter 439 if you want to check it out yourself. When Pain is done making the Chibaku Tensei, he lowers his hands and he's standing around and he's not like holding it up anymore. He doesn't seem to be like trying to make it bigger or engaging with it in any way. He's just got his arms down. And then Naruto starts to break out of it. And then he raises his hands and then says, I should enlarge, ... Let's talk about that over here. And then in the next page, next chapter, when it falls down, you can see that he does go hack and he does go oof and start bleeding from the mouth. And then the thing shudders and shakes. But the thing is, at this point, he's not really even like holding it, right? He's not engaged with it. He was going to hold it up afterwards. He was going to make it bigger, but he's not anymore. So he coughs up blood. He's weak. And then also at the same time, in correlation, but not in causation, the Chibaku Tensei is all fucked up. It's all broken. The seal's been destroyed, and it falls apart. So it's not that he was trying to hold it up. It's that the thing was about to fall anyway, and Nagato himself fell in parallel along with the Chibaku Tensei falling. The Chibaku Tensei falling is sort of like a metaphor or like a visual narrative parallel for Pain himself falling apart. But that doesn't mean that he was needed to hold it up like the entire time. And as a like final point to clarify, the Chibaku Tensei itself as a jutsu, there's no evidence that I've ever seen that indicates that the Chibaku Tensei needs to have a constant stream of chakra put into it in order to be sustained. For one, Kaguya gets imprisoned in the Chibaku Tensei, and it would be a pretty shitty prison if like Kaguya is the greatest existential threat that the world has ever faced, and for Hagoromo or whoever else to put her in a prison that would just open up and like let her out if Hagoromo died or anything like that. That seems like, oh, the little Rinnegan on Saiken's tentacle, or I forget what it's called. Not tentacle, feeler thing. Anyway, that would make for a really shitty prison, right? If the doors of the prison just opened up when the warden of the prison died. That would suck. But here's Sasuke in chapter 692. Sasuke puts all of the Bijuu simultaneously into different Chibaku Tensei. Now, obviously, he's using more of them, right? They're bigger, they're more powerful. He's doing more of them more easily. So he's got tons more chakra than fucking Nagato. But it's the same exact jutsu. It's the same hand sign. It's the same functionality of the jutsu. It's just being used with to a greater extent. Okay. So now, the fight between Naruto and Sasuke unfolds, chapter 699, and they both like fight each other to exhaustion, and they like run out of chakra nearly, because they're not totally dead, but they're nearly out of chakra. They're totally exhausted. They can't fucking move. They both lost an arm. Sasuke is bleeding out. He passes out. Over the course, they like sleep over the course of a night, I believe. Like the night passes and then it turns into day. And so they're just lying there like passed out, like not molding chakra or anything. And it's only after the next day when they form the hand seal that the Chibaku Tensei come raining down, and then all the Bijuu come out of the Chibaku Tensei. So the Chibaku Tensei mechanically, it's a sealing jutsu. It's like an imprisonment jutsu. And the way that it works is that when the user puts it together, the thing gets stuck inside of it, and then it just floats there in the air like a prison with the thing inside of it. There's no indication that the user has to stand there holding their hands up in the air indefinitely, like continuing to feed it chakra, and then it falls when they just run out of chakra or they stop giving a fuck about it. That would completely defeat the point of it being a sealing jutsu. So the reason why the Chibaku Tensei falls versus Nagato is that Naruto fucked it up, and it was broken, and it was trembling, and it was going to fall anyway. Nagato was going to fix it and prevent it from falling, but then he ran out of chakra. To bring this all back to Kakuzu versus Pain, none of this is directly transferable because, of course, like, if you want to talk about Pain throwing a Chibaku Tensei at the start of the fight with Kakuzu, that'd obviously be a very different set of circumstances from how Nagato is doing it at this point in the fight, because Nagato is obviously like really fatigued and he's lost multiple paths of pain. He's been fighting for a long time when he uses it versus Naruto. And so You'd have to talk about how this all transfers back and goes back to Kakuzu versus Pain in the first place for any of this to be relevant at all. I'm noticing that my voice is starting to like crack a bit, so I think it's probably time for me to call it. I'm having fun, but I think I need to kind of take a break and or call it quits for today. Go do some other stuff. So let me just catch up on chat, and then I think I'm gonna call it done. Let's see. Actually, I'll probably let this play while I'm reading chat, because he's just gonna like wrap up this section, and it makes sense to just conclude, right?
The reason I brought up even at full power is because many people try and argue that Pain was weakened throughout his fight with Naruto, but
He literally was. His Tendo's abilities were on cooldown.
I don't believe this is the case, because Pain was able to summon the Chibaku Tensei, and he is an Uzumaki. If Pain was truly weakened throughout the fight, I don't believe he would have been able to create the Chibaku Tensei.
It's a really weird argument that like just because Nagato is a because he's a Chibaku Tensei, because Nagato is an Uzumaki, then he can just create the Chibaku Tensei, like for free, like when he's weakened. He can still be weakened and then also create the Chibaku Tensei. He can be weakened versus Naruto and create the Chibaku Tensei later, right? Like, I don't know, that's just a really weird statement. Because Kakashi is one of the strongest people in the Leaf Village and he is a Hatake, then I don't think he was weakened when he used the combo-E. It's like, what are you talking about?
Seen as it is by far his most chakra-consuming jutsu, but
I don't know if that's the case either. I don't know if we have a, like, why is the Chibaku Tensei the most chakra draining jutsu? Do we have any proof that the Chibaku Tensei drains more chakra than the massive Shinra Tensei?
Even if you want to say Pain was weakened for whatever reason.
Well, I mean, it's not that he was weakened per se. Like, he might not be weakened in the sense of like, well, no. I think he is demonstrably weakened. Here, I am gonna put the thing up, because he says that he was gonna try to enlarge Chibaku Tensei. We just saw that. The size of the Chibaku Tensei, if we agree that it's a function of how much chakra goes into it, like the more chakra, the larger the Chibaku Tensei, then he was like definitively, factually, inarguably not at full chakra when he made the Chibaku Tensei, because he'd been doing other stuff fighting using the massive Shinra Tensei before. So just like at the end of the day, it is true that he was not at full chakra. So the Chibaku Tensei that we see was also not a full strength Chibaku Tensei. I don't know why that's controversial.
That still does not prove Pain can hold up the Chibaku Tensei for any significant...
Let's read this. I'm probably going to be a little mean here. I apologize in advance. Editor's note, I decided to get the most generous estimate for how long Pain holds it up in the anime using cinematic timing as a reference. So from the moment Nagato utters the first syllable of Chibaku Tensei till the moment the Chibaku Tensei begins to crumble, including all of what was going on within Naruto's mind, the maximum amount of time Pain can hold it up. Okay, right, but you're leaving out... Sorry. It's good that you did that. I appreciate the effort and I appreciate the quantification. So whether this was Noodles himself or the editor or like Surfbone, whoever did it, good for you. This is genuinely good. Glad that this was done. That being said, remember we have to put this into context, and the context is that the maximum amount of time Pain, who has consumed the amount of chakra necessary to defeat the whole village, including using the Shinra Tensei to level the village, and including fighting Sage Naruto and all of his backup, can hold it up, is 17 minutes and 44 seconds, right? So you're missing the context of everything that's going on with Nagato, and that is affecting the amount of time that he could hold it up. In other words, he could hold it up for longer and or make a bigger one if he weren't that fatigued. And also, he might not need to make one that is that big. He could potentially only need to make a smaller one versus Kakuzu, depending on Kakuzu's DC and AP. So this is a good starting point, but there's still a lot of homework to do.
Period of time. The only time we ever see him use it successfully is when he is an Edo Tensei and has an infinitely regenerating chakra.
Okay, I'll leave it here because I am starting to get tired. This is so silly to me. He said the only time that we see Nagato use the Chibaku Tensei successfully was at an Edo Tensei. It was as an Edo. Can somebody please explain to me what the fuck this means? Like, I've lost sleep over this. Not really. When Nagato, and I checked the anime too, just to be sure. When Nagato uses the Edo Tensei, Chibaku Tensei as an Edo Tensei, he throws it into the air, and then Itachi, Naruto, and B see it as it's still forming. It's not even fully done yet. And they just like blast the fuck out of it, and then it's destroyed before it ever gets to be formed. How are you going to say that this is the only time he used it successfully, when here we at least see it like in Prison Six Tails Naruto, and he says Nine Tails Operation Capture Complete or whatever. So how is, and I'll leave it at this, how is this unsuccessful but this is successful? I don't understand. It makes no sense to me. What am I missing? Please, someone help me. Okay, so now I'll catch up on chat and then I'll call it a night. Thank you for your patience with me. So Saria says, it's funny you say that about debates because as an ASPE, my whole thing is just constantly debating myself. I have an entire conversation with myself to make sure I'm positive in my thoughts. Yeah, I do the same thing. I like walk around the house and I'll listen to debates, or I'll listen to things that I have an opinion on, and I'll try to like say them out loud to see how they sound, right? Like practice, I guess. It helps get my thoughts out. So it's cool to hear that you do that too. Coxon Holiday says, besides Zetsu and Hidon, I can upscale all the others to beat Pain. But, I don't know about that. But I generally like your scaling, so I'd be curious to hear more about that in the future. Well, even Itachi, I think actually, like, I think Pain wins, but I think it's very, very, very high diff. Itachi is probably one of the... If I just go through all the Akatsuki members off the top of my head, I think Itachi has the best chance of beating Pain over any of the other members, including Obito. I'm not saying that Itachi is stronger than Obito necessarily, but I do think that Obito versus Pain is more likely to win. Itachi versus Pain is more likely to lose. We never saw a full power Pain with full chakra and all 6 paths present, or a healthy Nagato. That's true as well. Pain standing while I scream at him to put it on his shirt, turning his attention towards the Leaf Village. The villagers are ready to throw me out to die by myself because I'm a liability. Yes. Samui and her brother took a deep nap inside their Rikudo weapon. Yep. They were sealed at the beginning and got out. It's Chover. Yep. They were just chilling there for a long time. Somebody brought this up last time. I wonder if Nagato ever gets out of the Totsuka Blade jar thing, or if he's stuck in there forever. I thought that jutsu he used to revive everyone, that was the most expensive jutsu chakra. Yeah, probably. Well, it could be both of those things, Saria, because like he is already extremely chakra fatigued at that point, and then he just like does this thing that pushes him fully to his limits. He drains all his chakra, you know, and dies as a result. So, but like Obito does say, like it's you used so much chakra that the pride of your Uzumaki lineage, your red hair, became bleached white or something. Let's see if I can find that real quick. It should be... Hope I don't get rate limited. Yeah, here we go. Is it before this? Here we go. This is chapter 510. Obito says, you were the third sage of 6 paths. You exerted so much power that your red hair, proof of your Uzumaki clan lineage, turned white. So you could interpret that as, you know, his, it was a combination of all the different jutsu he used as opposed to just that one. But that was definitely the nail in the coffin, so to speak. Pain was ready to throw hands with the Nine Tails even after all that fighting. Yeah, he thought he could anyway. Reading Word Birth cost more than Shubaku. Yeah, maybe. I have an argument for Nagato inside Chameleon. Nagato didn't have bad intent because he was controlled by Kabuto, who was the one having bad intention. I like that argument. I was thinking about that earlier. The only thing that I would push back on is that he did manage to detect Han or whoever that Edo Tensei was that attacked him in the Jinchuriki fight. I forget exactly, but you could go back and look at that fight and let me know if you agree. So I've been going for a minute or two now. I think I need to take a break. I got some life stuff to do, as well as just, you know, stopping yapping constantly. But I'm very grateful for the engagement and for the chat and stuff like that. We didn't get through a huge chunk of the video, but I think we got through a lot of stuff that is like the meat and potatoes, and a lot of the stuff that took a lot of research and pausing, And I think we can probably do, I know it's a bold claim, but I think we can probably do the rest of this next week, and kind of finish the video. Saria, I think you'll probably in particular enjoy. There's a video here about, part of the video about death of the author and stuff like that you'll be curious to hear your takes on, philosophically speaking. But that being said, thank you so much for your time and your attention and your engagement and your conversation and all that. Kona-kun, please take care of yourself. Please be kind to yourself and patient. And, you know, stay connected, stay talking to people. And please consider, like, getting some help. Sounds patronizing. I hope you know what I mean, though. Like, talking to somebody who is trained and eager and willing to help you with what you're going through. There are resources out there. I hope you will use them. As for everybody else, please do let me know if you have any questions, comments, concerns. You're more than welcome to send them to me in Discord or on a comment. Saria, I did send you an invite to the Discord. No pressure or anything. I'm not sure if it went through because it was like, I think it showed an error. Like, I might have done it the wrong way. But feel free to send me a friend request, and then I can send you an invite. I just didn't want to spam you if it was like not working and you got like a bunch of requests. So, thank you. Oh, there's dogs barking. Oh yeah, that can be very noisy. Hopefully you can quiet them down. Nagato's intentions weren't truly bad. Oh yeah, I see what you mean, but I don't know. It's an interesting topic. I think we should talk about it next time, or like send me a message on Discord and I'll think about it some more. But thank you, friends. I really, really appreciate your time, and I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Talk to you later. Yeah, Kona-kun, yes, I'm gonna, as a matter of fact, I'm giving you a homework assignment. Stay alive till next week, and I expect proof of this. I expect to see you here next week, okay? You take care of yourself. Sorry, it says thank you for the stream. I didn't get an invite, but I'll send you. Okay, good.